Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to the paddling pool on this Wednesday evening or Wednesday afternoon, depending on where you are watching it from. It is I, Mad Gamer II. I am joined by the one and only Zari. How are you doing today, my friend?
Really good. I am loving being back to commentating, actually, and especially to start back with groups. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. We have a lot more people whenever people are, not at work and not at school. You love to see just lots of people turning up for the tournament. But I do believe we're going to be getting into this quite shortly. So we should talk about these teams, talk about these maps. I have on good authority that I'm not going to mess up how to pronounce the German team, but you never know. I always succeed in some way in messing it up. But okay, mit E or okay with E, I think. And then Monkey Kings, which is so much easier.
Oh, absolutely. And they're going to be starting off on Tower Control Hagglefish Market. And this is going to be, the first paddling pool of the new year. So this is going to be extra exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much so. First paddling pool of 2024. Oh my God. But yes, let's see what these two teams are bringing to the table here. I'm already seeing, was that a range blaster?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
That umbrella on top of that is an interesting comp coming out here. Going for, both teams are rocking the Cooler and the Zook combo, but then they have, a little bit of extra spice in their lineups.
Especially, it feels weird to say it's still a new wiper, but it still feels like a new wiper. You know what I mean? The season's been going for a while, but still feels new enough. But already we're seeing a lot of people going down on both sides. But Monkey King's coming out with 3 people still alive, which means they get to push this tower first, and they get to push towards this first checkpoint. Let's see if they can make it through it, though.
Oh, yes, Monkey King's off to an excellent start. They had some nice splats with the Zuka and the Crab combo, but now they lost 2 of the members, and Genie goes down on the tower, so that's going to be a little bit of a reset before they are able to chew through that checkpoint, and so much yellow is going to be put out of the map, but they lose 2 of the members almost immediately. 3 members, it is just the Range Blaster, and Monkey Kings are back in control once again.
Yep, yes, indeed. This Range Blaster is definitely trying to hold space here so that their other teammates can get back in, and they're able to get that jump, but they're just trying to hold this down, though the Wiper is able to pick them off, but then gets picked off by someone else almost immediately. This is chaos.
Yeah, OK is doing an excellent job of making sure that Monkey Kings can't push the tower again, but they're not able to gain much ground themselves, but this may change now that they've taken down 3 of Monkey Kings, and they're able to push the tower to the first checkpoint. No specials online. The Inkjet does get popped trying to put some pressure on the left side, and so the Monkey Kings aren't able to really stop that checkpoint from getting taken down at this point, and they're going to be the lead swapped.
Yep, yes, indeed. They're going to keep trying to push this forward with that Zuka. I don't think it might have been able to get that backline. I was not quite sure, but somehow that backline went down. They're still pushing. Monkey Kings really need to get them securely off that tower, but that Brella has a lot of survivability and shows that it's going to be a bit of a pain to get to that, especially with the wipeout. Oh my God.
Oh man! Typically, when you're up close with a stamper like that, you expect yourself to go back to spawn. But with a splat brawl, it's like an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, and in this case, the immovable object won that fight. And OK, Miti is able to get through to the second checkpoint, not able to get through it just yet. I'm sorry, the third checkpoint. They are really taking this away here.
They really are. They just keep trying to keep this momentum up, but I think that will finally. Yes, that will finally be the end of that push. But what a push it was the whole way to 13. That is very much a nice place to be sitting for OK Mit-E. They definitely are very comfortable with that lead, and they're still trying to increase it, actually. They've got to get through this checkpoint, though, to do that.
Round 2 on the checkpoint. They didn't even get to reset all the way to mid. They're just holding on to this aggression right now, keeping the momentum up, and that's going to be the KO over there with the Brella just completely negating the Zuka there.
Oh my goodness. Okay, fair enough. That game started very much in Monkey King's favor, but once OK Midi was able to actually get a footing and get that push going, they just didn't let up.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. It's like tower control already has a lot of snowballish mechanics into it, but then when you get onto a Hagglefish market, just because of how narrow it is, it's so hard to be able to regain ground if you're not able to get that footing back, just because like there's nowhere else to go except forward.
And we get some lovely spicy instant replays, which is a new thing. Very much love that. We can see this is that moment when the range blaster Benex is able to protect their jump in, but I do believe everything ends up going sideways after the fact. But yet again, this is the chaos we were seeing that led to OK Mid-E to get that push going to begin with. And then they got more momentum and they continued to push. And yeah, they had some incredible plays here.
Yeah, Monkey Kings took them down by 3, but as we saw, the Range Blaster just held on, making sure they didn't go down. They kept their jumps safe, and so that allowed them to regain a lot of their ground that they had more quickly than they normally would have. So just Monkey Kings couldn't get that snowball rolling that OK Mid-E was able to later on in this match here.
Yep. Yes, indeed. But very, very cool to actually have those instant replays so we can go over what we were talking about in detail again. Very cool. But going into this next match here, I still, when it comes to Mahi, I'm not the biggest of fans. It's better than it was, okay? It's better than it was. But personally, I like other Splat Zone maps, but fair enough. Some people do like this map now, and I can see reasons why. But yeah, what's your opinion on this, Ivan?
I definitely enjoyed it before the reworks, but I feel like they definitely improved it a bit with the rework. And like I know some of the other modes still aren't competitive approved right now, but zones is pretty fun to play on, especially once the water drops. It feels a little cramped in the beginning. It's hard to do a whole lot, especially when you're playing backline. But once that opens up, there's just so much space to work with.
Yes, it is. It definitely does become a lot better of a map whenever you've got that space. But we can see here that we're still very much sitting with the same kind of comps coming from both sides. I don't believe... Is there one? I don't believe there was a change. But yes, almost immediately, 1 down for each side, 2 down for each side. But Monkey Kings are able to get that zone and keep that paint up just that little bit more.
I feel like so we saw how OK Mid-E was able to really run away with that last game and take it all the way to the KO after several successful pushes in a row. With Mahi is notorious for being very lockout heavy if you're able to push up, especially for zones. So because of that ledge, it's hard to drop down unless you have a really good, I guess area damage weapon like that blaster there. But we're seeing that Monkey Kings is already getting pushed back, and the aggression that's coming out, they are already on their plat right here, and this is not a place you want to be on a defending team.
Definitely not. Yeah, as you were saying, the space that the likes of that blaster can give you on this map can be incredibly helpful, as we've been seeing so far. But it does mean now that you've got more space, there's more opportunities to get back in, which we are seeing a little bit more. But there's Ultra needed more help at that moment, and their team was not able to be in there for them. I think this is just, unless something happens now, this is just going to be game.
It's just 100-0 right there. They had a good opening for Monkey Kings there, but once again, once OK Mid-E was able to get that foothold, they were just able to hold on to it for so long.
Yep, yes, indeed. And they just worked those points down, and that's very much how the game goes, especially with spot zones. You can just kind of let the objective roll. But very much 2-0 to OK Mid-E. OK Mid-E? Still saying it wrong. But yeah. Let's see that instant replay.
Yeah, we see they all dropped down. They took down the umbrella, but it's just like once they dropped down, they didn't really have anywhere to back up to, and then they just kind of got really like pincered right there from all the members of OK, and so they were able to take down almost 3 of them and then just push up so far. It's like that's what you want for zones, like able to push up past the zone, just stall it out, and then time just ticks away for you in your favor.
Yep, yes, indeed. And even with the extra space that the lower, like the lowering water does give, you still, like, there's not the most cover to work with against a team that has so much coverage in mid. So actually getting anywhere near the zone, especially if you don't have like a full push altogether, is so difficult.
I know, like, they're running that double Zuka, and they have the double Zuka and then just the cooler weapon. I can't remember what that 4th one was, but with how wide Mahi is, and even though it's like very open, if you're not able to hit your shots with the Zuka, it just kind of doesn't do a whole lot to move them out of the way. Not as much as
it is so wide, as you were saying.
Right, exactly. So like nothing, not the same as able like a crab or a tri-strike. Just doesn't have that same wide area of effect that they have.
I also do believe that they had 2 coolers, which might have been a little bit part of the issue, because yet again, they didn't have a special that could do coverage, right? They didn't have something that could actually help them paint the zone to get back in, like a Booyah or a Tri-Strike or something similar, you know? So there wasn't anything to stall the zone while they were trying to approach. Maybe that was what they were missing. But yes, I do believe we're not play all 3. I think it's just the 2-0 and then we continue, right? It's been a while since it's been groups. I'm so used to double elim, but I do believe that does mean it's best of 3 first to 2. So we should probably go to a break. Tell me if I'm wrong. I think I'm right, but I think it's good. Okay, so I think we're gonna go to a break. As just to let everything sort itself out for round 2 of groups. So absolutely do not be going anywhere. We will be back shortly with another game for you.
Yes, indeed. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to Paddling Pool 248, and we're now on to Aloha Fan Club versus Skyfall. Ooh, but yes, hello, it is I, Zari, and I am joined by the lovely, the amazing, I'm Mad.
Hello. Yes, we're going to be starting off this matchup with the Rainmaker on the Humpback Pump Track. It's been out a while, but I feel like I don't see enough of Humpback in Splatoon 3 as much. It still feels like a new map to me.
Yeah, it just doesn't. I'd say it doesn't turn up in map lists that often, and if it does, I only really see it on Rainmaker. So that probably as well feeds into that, because I kind of feel the same. It just kind of like turns up, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's in this game. Wow, I forgot that. Whoops. But yeah, it's very much the kind of map where you either live in mid with the opponent, or you're just like pushing the elbow. Like you're just like real going for it. So there are two states of being, and that is neutral and just trying to get around that freaking elbow.
Neutral and W key. There's no in between.
It's all we have. Even if we don't have W keys, it's still the same. Still the same.
But it feels like even though we had Humpback on Splatoon 2, because of the changes to Rainmaker, it feels like a completely new stage altogether. Just like that, how you play it feels so much different than Splatoon 2. Yeah,
no, I agree with that. It does feel very different from how I'd even kind of remember playing it before. Back in the day. Oh god. But yeah, it can definitely be very fast paced, very get to the goal as soon as possible, or also incredibly stally. But yeah, I
find it
I love
funny.
the way they added checkpoints, and it made very little difference.
Right. So like, it's funny that the biggest change was that left route, just because they took down the wall, and the only way to get up is by hopping off the Rainmaker pedestal. Mm-hmm. But nobody takes that route anyway.
No, exactly.
Still nobody goes that way.
Yeah, the only person going that way is the flanker, who you've just lost sight of. That, like, they're going for a little hop, skip, and a jump up behind you to kill you, and that's about it. Rainmaker over there? Are you even saying? No. We're taking that elbow, obviously.
I feel like the biggest change is to the fact that we don't have Stingray right now.
Yes, which is good. Absolutely, it's good. I'm glad to live like we are right now. But yes, let's... So Briny is our streamer.
Indeed.
So we're gonna do that one again, guys. We're just gonna take a wee bit longer on that one, folks, so that we can get the correct players on the correct teams. And sorry, Briny, you're not on that team.
Just a surprise cameo.
Yes, quickest freaking Splatoon game ever, and no one wins. But Briny, because Briny got to say hello. But yes, we wait for them to figure all out, make sure people are on the right teams. Who even knows if the rest of the people are on the right teams? I don't know. But yes, let's give that a second attempt here, and then maybe we can see mid. I'd like to see some mids. That would be good, and some objective.
Well, I was just trying to think, like, there's not really... So, like, Stingray was the go-to special to use on Rainmaker. Now we don't have, like, a specific special. It's just, like, there's so much more viable options. Like, you don't know what you're going to expect on a Rainmaker Humpback match. Yeah, I would agree with that. And even, like, you obviously see some Zukas, but you definitely need to get that, like, angle right for, like, even just some of the trenches. If you don't get the angle right, you're just going to hit the wall with the shot, right? Mm-hmm. And because of the disparity in height, I'd say it can be helpful, but also not as cut and dry as some of the other maps, which don't have, like, the curve, like, the curvature of Humpback. So, yeah, thinking of all the specials, I'm like, none of those I'd be like, we need one, except, I don't know, maybe Tacticaler might be always helpful in this meta, but, you know. I was just gonna say, like, Tacticooler is like the #1 pick, but that is just universal. The only other special I feel like is Rainmaker specific would be the Ink Vac, which we are seeing on Aloha with that charger.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And that works well when you've got those kind of like tight corners to come around or through hallways, etc. But already that's one down on the side of Skyfall and a lot less pink in mid for them. But as I say that, it now goes quite even, but even then Aloha fanclub have more mid control and are able to start trying to push, but they're being a little bit hesitant as they've got to get to that elbow. What a surprise.
They are doing some nice work right here, just take their time pushing up to it, but the pencil was able to hold out for pretty a long time just to stall them out. But now with the backline gone, ooh, the Zook Shocks coming out, they are really gaining a lot of ground here. They're going to have to be careful to stop this before they can see the VAC is coming out. That's the defensive they want, and they're able to get it down to 13. Not a bad push for this map, but they are going to take down 3 members and reset it into mid. So they are able to stop that before it got out of control.
Yep, yes, indeed, because that could have very, very easily spiraled into a knockout there. But quite a lovely start for them. Aloha fanclub, like, you can't be comfortable, but it's a nice place to be. 13 is going to be tough to beat, but not impossible. Absolutely not. We can see Aloha still trying to hold down a bit of mid, but I think they are losing a lot of their mid control that they had there. The question is, are they going to get to a point where they could push? I don't think so, not yet.
Yeah, they had some nice momentum early on, and we do see the Stamper getting some nice work and take down the player there, but they were going to be taking down themselves, so kind of evened out. And with the Rainmaker reset in mid, it's just going to be kind of a soft reset. Teams are both just trying to find some that control back, as you said. They even just trying to fight for the pop right now. It is not popping, but they are finally going to go into Aloha's favor here.
Yeah, we're still kind of in neutral, but Aloha definitely has the edge here. But as I say that, they lose 2 players to, I think that was the Zuka shot. Was that a single Zuka shot took out 2? I don't... 2 people went down very quickly. And any kind of hold they had on mid slowly evaporated. Or, well, quickly evaporated, actually. But, yep, still chaos mid. Neutral mid.
Oh.
Wipeout, fair enough. Off Aloha go.
Wipeout, gas battle to go, but this actually that cooler is going to be coming in handy here. Like, they were able to respawn so quickly here. Like, they might be able to stop them from getting the knockout, but Aloha is going to go for it anyway.
They got an extra point on the board there. There we go. A push to 12 can make all the difference, but still a little bit funny. That being said, we're into the last 2 minutes now, and Skyfall really need to get even to that checkpoint, and this might be what they need, but there is just 1 player left in mid. Oh my goodness! Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah, that's like the downfall of the Rainmakers. Like, if you don't know where all of the other team is, like, just 1 player could come in and just stop your push in its tracks. And the Russia Spy, though, getting the wipe out here, that's just going to open it up all the way to the checkpoint, and now they're going to be able to just get some of that ground back. They are in the same position that Aloha was at the beginning of this match.
Yep, yes, indeed. But the question is, they need to get another kind of, like, not wipeout necessarily, but they need to get a lot down to get anywhere near 11, which is what they need to win. And we've got a minute left. They've still got time. They're getting the space, but still the Rainmaker goes down, and that should be the end of that push. They are able to take a kill, but that's another person down again. 2 down on the side of Skyfall, which will be the end of that push.
Yeah, nice shot by the Charger and the Zuka. They're just able to keep the straggling members out of that elbow there and get it down into the last minute. That is going to put a lot of pressure onto Skyfall to start getting those points back. They pretty much got to make up all that ground they just lost, but it's going to be difficult with 3 of their members going down. Make that a wipeout here. That is just going to give Aloha so much room to work with. Like, they're not even going to bother picking up the Rainmaker. They're just going to paint for mid, get as many specials online as possible, and keep Skyfall from able to even get out of their base at this point.
Yep, because if they can't get to the Rainmaker, if they can't kill it, that being said, as I was saying that, they are able to get the kill there, but that's another wipeout, and that's game. That's just game.
They were able to take down the Mecha Carrier to get it into overtime, but then as soon as they just wiped out, and then even the VAC was there just to clean up, make sure they couldn't even ink to pick it up. Like, it was not in their favor. It was just not in their favor those last couple of seconds.
Very much so. They definitely showed that they were able to get the kills that they needed, but just didn't end up getting them at the right times, except for that time when they were able to get that push to the checkpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. As we can see here, just fighting over it. Aloha able to get the Rainmaker, able to kind of get incredibly far with that push. 13, nothing to sneeze at.
I feel like that was just like a nice demonstration of the ink vac we were talking before. Like, it is the next runner-up to the, I guess, special cheese for Rainmaker. Just, it does so well just to keep your Rainmaker character safe. They got so many points out of that. But even without it, they were able to get so many good shots off with their Zuga, and the Zip Caster, which is all over the place. Just another good usage of the special to give them so much ground. Just Skyfall fell apart, especially near the second half of that match.
And there's that moment where it only takes one. It only takes one to delay you as you try to get the push going. You really need to be careful if there's one left. And there's the wipeout, and there's that, the VAC at the end. Didn't really have much to stack up there. But yes, very, very helpful for Rainmaker and helping it to push. But that means going into game 2 here on Splat Zones, Barnacle and Dime. Aloha Fan Club is at match point, while Skyfall really need to take this game if they want to keep going with this set.
Yeah, Zones, Barnacle and Dime here. Like, both of these teams have been rocking some sort of backline. We saw the pencil on the one side and then the splat charge on the other. Both going to be incredibly powerful on Barnacle and Dime, especially for Zones. This is one of those maps where, like, it has so much open space around the zone area, so it just gives, like, the backline so much room to work with. But once the zone is taken and they are able to push past it, that just creates a huge chokehold that is going to be hard to get past.
Absolutely. But this is interesting. A little bit of a change up here, especially on the side of Skyfall. They've got that blaster and the jewel sculptures.
Yes.
Chilies. I say that, and they are the first ones to go down. But that can be very helpful to keep that paint up from a distance. But yeah, interesting to see what might come to pass here.
I was just going to say that Aloha Skyfall's got the better paint on paper, but Skyfall is the one getting the zone first here, and they're doing a heck of a job of keeping it for the time being.
Yes, indeed. Aloha trying to find their way back in and able to get the zone with those tri-strikes. But the question is, are they going to be able to keep it against that Snipe Rider? This is one way to keep the zone. One way to keep the zone is to kill everyone who could possibly paint it. Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Like, why paint it? We can just paint it with the blood of your enemies, right?
It works so well. Yeah.
But it is
cheaper. It tends to be cheaper than a bomb as well, ink-wise, if you do it right.
Oh, the splashdown canceled by the charger, though. Like, that's just the new splashdown. It works even though the user got taken down. The fists were able to paint the zone and give it back to Skyfall. But Mickey Minaj here doing some nice cleanup and just getting that pencil before they could really get anything done. And they are just going to be taking that zone right back from Skyfall here. Yes,
very much sticking to their mantra there of some kind of just, if they can't reach it, they can't paint it. If they're not there, if they're dead, can't paint the zone. Which is so true.
So true. Aloha Skyfall, they're like, this is the choke point I was talking about before. Like, they they have that charger, and then they have like all their aggressive frontliners. They're just on the snipe in this little like corner right here, and just until they're able to take them down, they're not able to push back the zone, and they are able to do just that here. So they are going to keep it from going all the way to knockout, but they just lose it almost immediately here. Nice pick by Suzuki. Let's see if they're able to just allow them to keep this hold here.
They're definitely trying to, and they're able to get that zone again, but we can see already that Stamper is in their backline, trying to mess everyone up. Not able to, but the Sniper still does get a pick in the chaos.
Is going to flip back to Aloha here. They have still a bit of a penalty to go through, but that is still a pretty sizable lead that Skyfall is going to have to work through. And so far, they haven't been able to really hold on to the ground that they take back. Just Aloha's been doing such a good job of like retaking every single time. And like once they get into this position right here, especially with 3 members of Skyfall down, and that's going to be a delayed wipe, that's going to give them so much time to work with. Or maybe even a KO if Skyfall's not careful here.
Yep, because they're through those penalty points. They are so close to being in single figures here. It's everything resting on this. I don't think this splashdown is going to be enough to help them pin, and it is not. Oh, just not quite far enough in to even get the stall there. But throughout that game, we definitely saw that Skyfall was able to get the zone. Just they weren't able to stop Aloha from pushing back in and pushing Skyfall back out again. But very well played by both teams. But Aloha just able to keep getting that objective over and over again, regardless of what Skyfall threw at them.
Oh, absolutely. Let me see here. This is where like Skyfall really did some good work at the beginning of the game, trying to keep that going. But then, like with the Zipcaster coming in, the strikes on top, that just the coordination that Aloha had to retake it were so on point. Like even with the splashdown here, like the splashdown was one of the newer specials, but the pick from the charger just completely negated it, and they were able to just walk in and take it right back.
Yep, and then here's this moment there was that moment from Nicki Minaj where they were able to get in and just kind of deal with all the backlines and stop everything from even being equal, right? Even having any chance of getting near the zone. But yeah, very much there were some good plays from both teams, but just Aloha was able to kind of keep up that aggression constantly.
No,
which definitely serves them well.
And that is going to give Aloha Fan Club the 2-0 in this set. Bring them up to another 2-0. So they're doing pretty well for them here in the group stage. And they will be, moving on with that nice point value here. But it is going to be the best of 3. So unless you have anything to add, Zari, we might go to a short break.
Yes. I think that's all that's been said. So we're gonna go to a short break until we are ready for round 3. So do not be going anywhere. We will be back real soon. So yeah, stay tuned. Welcome everyone to or back to Paddling Pool 248, and we're getting into round 3 a little bit quicker than we got into round 2 actually. So we're back real quick. But yes, this is between Gag City Citizens and EST Vils Wissen. Still, yeah, I'm not the best at any other languages. Don't come to me to speak languages. It's not a good idea. But yes, we are back. And I have on good authority. How have I already forgotten what Brittany just told me it meant? EST overall? No. One for all, something like that. But we're getting into the first game. Doesn't matter. I think I got that wrong. Anyway.
Clan Blitz on Museum here. This is going to be, seeing the front line in. I like it. And then, right. Triple mid line with a Zap support. This is going to be an interesting matchup. This is
the least meta I think I've ever seen, except for the end zaps. But what the frick is interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, lots going on. Currently fighting for mid. EST goes down. And yeah, Gag City Citizens looking to capture as much of mid as possible and get ready for a push.
And they are getting a push indeed. They even have the clams on hand to do it. Excellent job for them. They are going to be up on EST's plat here, just trying to get the power clam in possession here, and they are just absolutely rolling them over, just pushing up, trying to get into that position. But the nice Zuga shot is going to take down 2 of them, 3 of them, before they can get any more clams in. But still, getting that extra little clam is going to allow them to have that little bit extra lead when they do get that power clam in if they don't have that follow-up.
Yep, yes, indeed. It just helps them to kind of be prepared for when EST's team does get in, means that they have a little bit more leeway, as you were saying. But yep, again, fighting over mid. Is this gonna? Okay, yep. There's the Y point, folks.
Who's on the bucket? Well, they got the assist on the latter half, but they took down 2 members on their own, and then was able to clean up the rest of them with the help of their team. And so, Gag City Citizens back with the clam basket open, and a nice crab usage, using that high ground, getting down to 39. Such good work right here, and they have more clams to follow up with. EST will have to push out now if they want to stop this push from happening, because down to 12, that's 4 regular clams is all they need to get this KO. The basket, no, they're still getting it going. They're still keeping it going.
Oh my goodness, but there we go. It finally closes. But all right, fair enough. That is a push. But that is 3 down for Gag City Citizens, actually. And the last, that NSAP is back on their plat, so that should give EST's team the ability to get into mid and get a lot of coverage, which should help with pushing forward.
And this is exactly the position you want to be in with that kind of comp, because, with EST's comp right here, they got the really short range, very fast and aggressive weapons, but if they can't get past the range that Gag City is throwing at them, like, all Gag City's got to do is play to their range, play it safe, and when they have the lead like that, they can do that for the rest of the game. They don't even have to push forward, but if they get 2 down like that, they're gonna still try.
Yeah, absolutely, they're gonna try and get a push going, and with EST's team definitely trying to hold this, it's gonna be difficult. They need to be able to push out as a team, which is very much a struggle whenever there's people everywhere. That is not ideal for them. But very much Gag City Citizens, they knew what they were doing. They came and they did it, and here we are readying up for the second game.
See, a comp like that, you can't initiate as much as you would like with it, just because of how much slower the weapons are. But if you are patient enough and let the other team make the mistakes, you can just punish that so well with it. Like we saw every time that EST tried to really push up and just aggro them, they just held back, used their range, and they were able to make a counter push right after it.
Yep, yes, indeed. And we can see here, they were definitely spacing out correctly. EST able to get the picks that finally stopped that push, but definitely Gag City were able to use their range to their advantage.
Yeah, it's very well done. And like the play from the slosher right in the middle, they're just like EST were starting to push out, but just the one player there just like completely canceled it out, and they were able to get another push right after that.
Yep, yes, indeed. And that will mean going into this second game that Gag City citizens are poised at match point. And with it going into... actually, the more I think about this, because it's Mako Mart, this might be something where the shorter range, like EST's comp might actually go quite well for them, because you can kind of play around the different heights of the height disparity, and you can actually try and get very quick flanks that could work very well in their favor for this round.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I feel like Museum worked incredibly well for that extra range comp, but with how tight the space of Malcolm Art is, it is going to give them a little bit extra room to work with. But they're still, Gag Citizens, going to be sticking with the same 3 weapons, but swapping out their cooler weapon for the Tri-Slosher, using that extra elevation with the Slosher mechanics.
Yep, yes, indeed. The Hydra is certainly an interesting pick on a very close range map, but it could definitely work for them if they're able to find what they're looking for. Yeah, again, there's that lovely reef slider zones cheese. You love to see it. You can just cap a zone.
The real splashdown of Splatoon 3.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Are we seeing? This is where Gag City Citizens likes to be right now. They're using that little bit of extra range to just hold ground. And like 2 members of EST are going to be going down. 3 members actually, just the NSAP remaining, and still they have yet to cap the zone. Like, they have a lot of coverage to work with here, more so than on Museum, but unless they're able to like coordinate some of their specials to break out, keep like just mitigate that distance that Gag City has right now, they're not going to be able to get in, and they're just so staggered, and they're continually getting taken down by the hole that Gag City has right now, and it looks like it's going to be going down to a KO.
Yep, that will be a KO. Yet again, once Gag City is situated, once they have that space, it's just so incredibly difficult to get them out of there. Especially, even though it is quite a small map, it takes a lot more coordination, and even just like special coordination to get to them and be able to actually push them out of mid. But that will be a 2-0 to Gag City Citizens. It'll be interesting to see actually what does that mean, because we're now at the end. This is round 3, so what does that mean for the teams in this part of the bracket? From my understanding, that does mean that does mean EST's team and Full Moon are not going to make it through to the single elimination, and Peaky Sub and Gag City Citizens will. That was a fight for making it through. Didn't realize, but yep, important to note.
It was interesting that they were able to take them down on Mahakokar. I feel like if they went to Crab Leg with that comp, like they would run into the same thing they had on Museum, just because of the amount of open space it is. The extra little bit of range has that slight advantage if they're not utilizing their specials to their full extent.
Absolutely, I'd agree. But yeah, we could see them definitely trying to go for those pushes in, but it just didn't end up working out for them in the end. And there was the knockout. But fair play to both teams on that. Good attempts. But yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work out. Especially sometimes you come against a team that just is strong in a way that you're not quite prepared for, if that makes sense. In a way that doesn't work out for you. Strong in a way that not that you're weakened, but that shows something that you're not as strong in as a team. So
Yeah, absolutely. Like we saw at the beginning, like the quad shooter, like that's quote unquote meta right now, and yet they still build against this quote unquote unmeta comp. Just like that extra surprise factor, I feel like did play into the mind games a bit.
yes, indeed, and also because you're so used to playing against those kind of teams, the quad weapon kind of situation. Then whenever people come out with the freaking Dead Ringer or Dread Ringer and like the rest of that comp, you're just kind of like, wait, how am I supposed to play? There's supposed to be only one of these type of weapons on a team. What's going on right now? I don't understand this. I'm scared. You know, like I think that's fair enough.
Memo.
Yeah, what? This isn't meta. What the frick? But yeah, so that's fair enough, I would imagine. But that being said, I think we're going to go to a break as everyone finishes playing the rest of round 3. And then seeding will have to happen. So this will be a little bit longer than some of the other breaks. Is all that has to happen before we get back to one of the first matches of the single elim bracket. But yeah, we will be back soon.
That's right.
Or as soon as we can be.
の願い事教えてあげてもいいけど笑わないで約束する
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to the paddling pool. We are getting into our top cut rounds, singly limb. First up, we have the Skyfall versus Oh Yeah. It is I, Mad Gamer II. I am joined once again by the lovely Zari.
Hey, and yes, we do have to have that intonation with that specific team this whole time. It's part of our commentator contract. You know, as soon as you start putting exclamation marks in and capitals, oh god. But right, we are going to be starting on tower control on ship, which will be a very interesting place to start, I would say, between these two teams. So really looking forward to see what both of them bring to the table. We did see Skyfall earlier. Who were they against? Aurora? I want to say Aurora. Flicks through notes.
They
Aloha.
Yes.
Aloha fanclub. It was Aloha. Yes. So it's be interesting to see. Like, they did put up a fight against Aloha, but if I remember correctly, Aloha was just able to get more pushes and able to be a little bit more aggressive. So we'll see what Oh Yeah is able to bring to the table against that.
Indeed, and it is interesting starting out on tower control, ship shape. It's just like, it gives me so much of the Haggafish Tower vibes. Like, it's just a little bit different terrain, different like scenery, but it's still like the same very long map and very similar tower path. Just like when you get to that first checkpoint is a little bit like out of the way. Just trying to defend it across the grades is difficult.
Yes, it definitely is. Absolutely interesting on these two teams. Both have Julies, but different ones. You don't see the Glugas very often, actually. That's an interesting pick coming from Oh Yeah. So that should be. I wonder what how Skyfall is going to deal with that.
Well, it is. The Glugas does come with the splash on the Buoy Bomb, and Buoy Bomb is a nice or special to have for tower control. But I suppose with the extra range, just because of how open the middle is, the Glugas in the wall is gonna just try to hold that space. But it seems they're gonna be doing a good job. But it's just Yoshi remaining with that pencil, and they're gonna have to hop out or get taken down because they are pushing up fast here. And we already see the Glugas across those grates defending the first checkpoint.
Yep, but I do believe, as you say, that they do end up going down, and there's that Zuka finds a pick, which yet again makes it so much easier for Oh Yeah to just keep that pressure going and get past that first checkpoint pretty much almost uncontested.
Yeah, they held that first checkpoint incredibly well, just doing their best to defend it, and like the Skyfall just wasn't anywhere near to stop. And although they are stalling them out, not letting them get past that first checkpoint, there's only one more to go. This map does only use 2 of the checkpoints, so if they do knock out the second checkpoint, it's going to be a straight shot to KO.
Yep, yes, indeed, which Skyfall definitely has to be very careful about there. And down that blaster, like, that's not the blaster. There's 2 different blasters. That took me a moment to be like, I just saw a blaster die, and then we changed to a blaster because there's one on each side. Lol. Anyway, so it continues. Skyfall were trying to get that push and keep it going. They've got the tower again, but will they be able to make it to that checkpoint? Looking a bit more likely now. Yes, there we go.
They popped a lot of their specials pretty early on, so now they don't have a whole lot to defend against Skyfall when they retaliate with their own specials, but it doesn't seem to matter because they are able to get through that first checkpoint and closely taking the lead, but with 2 members down, they don't have enough defensive presence to keep the tower rolling, so it's going to be cleaned up by Oh Yeah, and they're going to be taking a lot of space back.
Yes, indeed. They do end up getting rid of those Julies there that were kind of in their back line. So that does mean that Oh Yeah will be able to continue getting back into mid, getting that tower, and readying for another push of their own. They definitely want to have a stronger lead here because there's not that much in it. And I'd say on this map, you get once you get past that first checkpoint, the next kind of part you want to get to as soon as possible is that second one to start working on it. But neither team has got anywhere near it yet.
Yeah, it's just like it's so dangerous having any of the points in that middle ground there because it would be so easy to just get that 1 point lead back, just especially if you get down to the late game. But with how scrappy these fights have been going, just neither team has been able to get a solid control solid lead yet. Oh yeah, is going to be getting a lot of hold on this corner here, which is what they need, but they're not able to get back to the tower. Skyfall is jumping in and basically swapping sides of the map at this point.
Yep, yes, indeed. This is yet again chaotic, incredibly chaotic, but it does seem like, oh yeah, do have a little bit more of a presence in mid, but as I'm saying that, 3 of them go down, and that is no longer true. We're getting close to the last minute here, which both of these teams, yet again, 43-52, they're not incredibly strong pushes. You could wipe those out quite easily with just one strong push towards the that second checkpoint. So neither of these teams can be at all comfortable at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. And they are so close to Skyfall is so close to getting this lead back. The splashdowns are coming out to get the 3 down, just trying to clear space, and the wipeout occurs. They're going to get so many points off this, and they are going to be touching that second checkpoint and possibly knocking it out right away. They are indeed going to be knocking it out.
Yes, indeed, which is what you want to be seeing here if you're on the side of Skyfall. They're trying to go for that KO, but the Zuka is able to stop them in their tracks, and that is a wipeout, which will mean this for Skyfall. Oh, there's a Julie's. Never mind, there isn't a Julie's. This for, oh yeah, is their last push. They need to make it count. They need to make sure that they're on the tower and stay on it, which is going to be the deciding factor here. So definitely, this is all resting on this final push and what they can do with it.
Yeah, if you're Skyfall, this is exactly where you want to be. They don't have any of the GG specials to stop the tower immediately, but because of the checkpoint that Oh yeah has to go through, they have a bit of a buffer to be able to go in there and stop the tower, but they don't even need that. They stop it well before they can get to that second checkpoint.
Yes, they do. And yet again, with TC ship, you cannot be comfortable unless you're past that second checkpoint. Because normally there's a lot more contention there. The reason that Skyfall was able to get there when they did and able to push past it and push through it quite easily was that wipeout. But normally that is so contentious because it's practically in their spawn and you're stuck there for a long period of time. But yeah, these teams, as you were saying, during very scrappy fights that a lot of the time ended up with like people going down both sides, not really being able to get as consistent of a push as they were looking for.
We saw that one 1v1 with the blaster versus the blaster, and this one got taken down amidst their splashdown, but just all the Zuka shots coming out to just really knock down the defenders from positions that they wanted is like really came into clutch here. And we see that like if the Nautilus had been able to get that rain there off that right side, they could have stalled out that corner for so long, but being able to take them out before they could do that was really key for getting that push going. But I feel like the splashdown they did like right here, just taking 3 members of Oh Yeah down and then cleaning up the Gugas from behind allowed them to get so much ground off of that.
That was a very, very important play there. And really, I do believe might not have won them the match, but definitely solidified their win, right? I think they'd kind of already got to the point where they had lead, but they were able to make so much more out of it, make it so much more decisive because they were able to get that wipe. And the splashdown was monumental in doing that. So that does mean going into game 2, Skyfall is sitting at match point. And Hagglefish, Zones, which we're about to get into, oh yeah, really need to make this count.
There's like not too many changes coming out from that side. Ooh, bringing out the 52 gal, going double wall with the Gugas in the 52 here. That's gonna just so much ground they can hold with those 2 weapons.
Yep, yes, indeed. That'll be interesting to see how, if they get the opportunity to push up drastically with it, how much they're going to be able to hold. So, straight off the bat, there's the Glugas pushing up, trying to find a pick, not quite able to on that zone. But there's that crab coming out, though there's just so many specials going on right now, more than the crab. and that will be 2v2 at the moment.
And we saw the strength of that splash wall here. Like, because of how narrow the gap is for the zone, they could just put one, or even with two of them, the Zukas, the Crafts, even the Pencil just can't, like, get any good shots off for a good while. They have to be able to knock out the wall first. We do see the splashdown coming, and so they're able to just take the zone right back, but just isn't enough to hold it. Once again, just Skyfall is not able to get in and hold the zone once they cap it.
Yep, yes, indeed. You can see this crab trying to find a pick there, but the player is able to jump out. That does give that player in Skyfall a little bit more room, and there's another jump to push forward and start trying to find their way even further forward. But as I say that, one of them goes down to Azuka, and there's a Booyah to cover the zone. But not all of it.
Skyfall was able to get some points off and get the lead back, but because of how little that penalty is, oh yeah, I can really just hold the zone for a couple more ticks and then able to take the lead right back. And they're doing a good job of pushing up and keeping the pressure on, not giving them a chance to push back in. They do get that lead back, but the cap is almost in Skyfall's favor. The splashdown is going to come out to solidify that, and 3 members of Oh Yeah down.
Yes, indeed. Very much this is becoming a very back and forth game where neither team can get a strong lead over the other before the zone flips. They work through those penalty points and they start back on their own points. This should and will be lead. But the question is, will Oh Yeah be able to push in and get the zone off of them? That looked like such a strong push in there, but I'm not sure that's going to turn into the ability to get the zone, is it? There we go.
2 members of Skyfall down and just rain tripping. Oh. That was such a dangerous jump. The fact that Dooley survived and took down members of Oh Yeah with them. Wow.
Kind of incredible. Yep. But that being said, Oh Yeah is still in control of this zone, and they're getting very close to taking the lead, and they will, seeing as there's 3 down.
3 members down, just the pencil remaining, and they did already pop their cooler, so I don't know if any of their mates were able to grab it, but that's going to give so much time for Oh Yeah to hold the zone. 14 points remaining. They are going to contest it. There's some fights going on too. 3 members of Oh Yeah are down, and the splashdown coming down to just keep the zone. They're going to keep this match going for the last minute and a half, and let's see if Skyfall is able to do what Oh Yeah has been doing, just push up and keep that pressure going.
Yes, because yet again, if the opponent cannot get to the zone, they cannot change it into their favor, and you just get points. So it is a good strategy. Keep them off the zone. They can't paint it. But that being said, in comes the rain and the Booyah and the Zuka, but it's still in neutral, and that's 3 down for Oh Yeah. That is not ideal for them. They almost capped the zone from that, but not quite.
Oh, but the Glugas here to try to contest it. They do lose the lead. Glugas gets taken down. 2 members of Skyfall down. They have a chance to cap it. 2-1, but no. Skyfall taking the clutch KO right at the end.
Yep, yes, indeed. That looked like it was going to go in Oh Yeah's favor, but it just right at the end there, they weren't able to get the cap that they needed, and then getting back in, they didn't have the time.
No, just like the Gluga almost was able to make something happen. They didn't see them coming from the left side. They had the splash wall out. They weren't able to take down the pencil and possibly another member, but they weren't able to stay alive long enough to get their team back in, and just didn't have enough paint to contest the zone right when they needed it.
Yep, yes, indeed, which can always be a possibility here. It can look one way and then suddenly go the other. There was that splashdown cap, very nicely done, but as we were seeing throughout that game, straight back over to the other team. So that very back and forth, constantly switching sides. There's very equal fights as well a lot of the time. These 2 teams are quite evenly matched, and there's the jump. I still cannot believe that Chile was able to just roll their way out of that one. Oh my goodness. They did end up getting taken down, but they still were able to do a lot of damage there.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was going to spell disaster for Skyfall with like 2 of the members going down and the last 2 jumping in right at him. Like the fact that we're able to recover from that and take back the zone for the KO, which is amazing. Like I honestly not sure how they did that.
I same personally. It was very much insane. But that being said, that is going to be the end of our block commentating. So that does mean you get a little bit of a change on who is commentating. I can literally, the whole time I've been seeing Pat there in the chat. So Pat will be on shortly, joined by Antonin. So absolutely be sticking around, because this is only gonna, like, when you get to this part of the tournament, like top cut, it can only get more hype from here. But yeah, okay. With that in mind, Ahmad, how and where can the good people find you?
Well, you can find me in all the usual social media platforms, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at iMadGamerII. I have been on a bit of hiatus just from the internet in general, just because I did have a bit of a move in the past weekend, literally starting the new year in a new place.
Yeah, just a little bit, just a tad, just going a short distance. But yes,
Just a wee jaunt over.
So, but you are coming back to the internet now that you have moved, correct?
Oh, absolutely. It's like I don't
seeing
have
more of you.
I got a makeshift setup. I'm actually borrowing my girlfriend's setup right now, but I'll be setting my own like computer and whatnot up for streaming in the near future, hopefully.
Oh, cool. Well, we always are happy to have you here commentating, because this was so much fun. And you can find me on Twitter. I refuse to call it that other name. That's so dumb. At SPL Zarani, and on Twitch at Zarani, where I play Splatoon among other games. But yes, this is so much fun. It's great to have you back, Ahmed.
Just glad to be back. All right, that's going to do it for us. We still have some more of the paddling pool top cut to go through, so stay hydrated, stay tuned, and our stream will be right back.
Yes, indeed.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a Getting Started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool 248 and Happy New Year, everybody! I am Pat here with Antonin, the dynamic duo, back at it to watch all the finals of this paddling pool. How you doing, Antonin, and how is your year?
I am doing great. 2024 has been an absolutely fantastic year so far. Here's to jinxing that and making it abysmal. Anyways, we've got an amazing match in front of us to welcome this new year. We got All at Once versus the Final Reckoning.
Yeah, the Final Reckoning, a team that we've seen a bunch coming to a lot of paddling pool that has become kind of a established name on the scene, but on the other side, all at once is a pickup of top level players, and they're like, I mean, they're still number one. They're here to win, and they're going to be like very, very tough for the final reckoning.
They're going to be very tough, but you never know. There's this Splatoon, anything could happen. So I'm excited to see what we get. I hope to see some tower controlling, but really would like that Game 3. I haven't been seeing Game 3 as much of today, unfortunately. But I think, you know what? This might be the top seed here, but I think we got a chance to see a Game 3. Scorch Gorge, Rainmaker into Zones, a Museum, into Inkla. I think we're going to have a good game. Let's see what these teams are bringing, and that is a Rapid Deco. I've been flashbanged. Wait, damn. Wait, is that a Nozzle Nose?
It is a H3 Nozzle Nose, and it looks like Titali ended the battle early. I think there was like trouble in how the teams were set up, but we'll see how it goes. We'll be right back as soon as the teams are good.
It's been a while since I've been in the Splatoon sphere. Pat, can I ask a question? Is Nozzle Nose good now?
No, I don't think it is. But welcome to our raiders, Cephalorock. Thank you for raiding. You're arriving just in time. We are in the top 8 of this tournament right now. No, top 16. I'm anticipating a bit. But yeah, this is the top 16 of this tournament, the 16 best teams in this Paddling Pool 248 New Year's edition. And yeah, we're about to see all at once. This is the final reckoning. But yeah, the H3...
H3 is... Yeah, I think the real... I don't remember why H3... Was it the kill time was too slow? That's why we thought it was bad. The main weapon was just not good. What is the kit? Hold up. Give me a second.
The kit is point sensor and tacticular. So,
okay, then...
like, it has tacticular. That's
it has a cooler option. That's... I mean, it's probably arguably one of the worst cooler options on the board. But it's just
that the main weapon is so tough to get the splats with it, because it's very unreliable to get all three bullets on the opponent. And that means if the opponent is as good as dodging as you are at aiming, it's like pretty much impossible to splat them with the H3.
We've seen a high level of this game. The movement is pretty intense. So landing those shots is going to be very hard. But if there's a team to have a player that can do it, it'd be all at once.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all at once. Top level player, I saw Titali, Yoshel, Zenith. And is that Melon?
That is Melon indeed. And it looks like the H3 Nozzle Nose was some kind of mistake. As they're going to Snipe Rider for their tactical option. Yep, much safer option. I like seeing the Junior coming out from Titali. Love that bubble support, especially in a Zuka, controlled meta. I'd say Zuka and Killer have been absolutely some of the better options. But we're getting here, and mid is being controlled right now. The brush goes down for all at once, so 2 go down for all at once. Final Reckoning. They managed to get 3 at all at once, and this should be a good push for them right now.
Yeah, that's a mighty good start for the final reckoning. They're a bit slow to grab the Rainmaker, but here they are going to that right checkpoint. That's the checkpoint you want if you want a sustained push. And Zenith coming in with the Ultra Stamp. We didn't mention that all at once. They are going with double Zipcaster. And that's a very, very bold composition, but it looks like final reckoning is opening hard and getting already the Rainmaker down to 35.
Bomb will take care of the Rainmaker there, and that's going to be... Oh, we have a trade going on, so it's about a 1v1 right now. Final Reckoning could try to steal this one now. All at once, they have control of this Rainmaker. They're going to let it reset here. Great push, all the way to 35 for the side of the Final Reckoning.
Yeah, all at once has such a risky composition right there with the double Zipcaster. You have to go forward, you have to get the picks. And if you don't like get the trap on the opponent, you this is what happens. This is what happens, Anselm.
This is what happens indeed. Two go down on the side of All at Once. It's a great pick from the Zuka. And now we're going to be getting this Rainmaker starting to push. It's all up to this Stamper here. What can it do?
The Stamper here is just establishing space. Final Reckoning not moving back. And All at Once are really struggling to push right now. But Zenith is establishing some pings. And at least All at Once getting the pop are going to be able to move forward this time.
Zenith trying to get this jump in, but Ansh is better. Ansh looking for a second one on this bubble. Is not going to get it. Yoshell trying to get some snipes here. As the Rainmaker is going to go to the side of All at Once. They look like they have the first point here in control. Melon gets traded by Zuka, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1 for the side of All at Once.
Yep. Oh, and they don't even get the checkpoint. All at Once really struggling, and right now the Final Reckoning is completely shredding them. I did not expect that.
I don't think we expected, but it's a good signs for the match to come. As this is not going to be any kind of wash. It's going to be some kind of first seed slays here. First seed actually on the back foot here. All at once in a sticky situation. The Rainmaker shots are going straight towards them here. Zipcaster comes out from Melon. This is a weapon to get stuff done. There's one. And maybe a second, but Hodge gets away.
And that's at least 3 down gotten on the Final Reckoning in that action. But All at Once still struggling, like they're still in mid. And with a minute and a half, if the Final Reckoning defends well, get these wall from the Gal and the Crab Tanks from the Stamper, they have this game. They just need to defend a bit longer. Ooh.
Great pick from Melon there. And that's going to be, you know, great picks from all the members coming out at All at Once. 2 down so far with Cooler buff. The Zipcaster coming in. That's 2 down on the side of Final Reckoning. First checkpoint not grabbed though. And it will not be grabbed again. Great defense going on.
The Final Reckoning keeping their checkpoint with less than a minute left. And it's just Zenith right now trying to stay in that game, trying to get the picks. And only getting the diversion. At least the rest of All at Once will be able to come back in time. But they will have to repop the Rainmaker.
They will have to. The Rainmaker is at neutral now. It is in that mid, and 2 picks go down thanks to that Zuka. All at Once still on the back foot. 30 seconds left in this match. They managed to get 2 picks on the Final Reckoning. This could be what they need to at least get first checkpoint. But first checkpoint has been 15 seconds in this round. I need to make something here right now. Bubble gets popped. Bubble gets shredded out from this crab right now.
And right now, All at Once needs a desperate push forward. They got the pick on the Tri-Slusher of Final Reckoning. Final Reckoning has no tacticular, has no way to get back in the game right now. So Yoshell will be able to finally get that first checkpoint. But as you said, they need more than that. And right now, it looks like they're going in. There's the bubble and the Stamper.
Okay, well, a spectacular ending to a spectacular game here as the Final Reckoning just narrowly take that away from All at Once, make an amazing push with that bubble, but the Stamper stamped.
Yeah, that
I have no words.
Stamper and the Final Reckoning by just 3 points in the nick of time. Just managed to deny All at Once that game number 1. And that shows like the kind of team that gets the advantage of a coordinated team. And I mean the amount of time they have spent on this game, that means now like they can challenge a team like All at Once, and that's how it goes. What a game won by the Final Reckoning, and I mean, I want to see game 2 even more now, and maybe
Exactly.
Maybe we will not see a game 3 if Final Reckoning keeps playing that like that.
They were able to almost shut out All at Once for like 90% of that match.
Mhm.
They were not letting All at Once get anything. It was just the last 10 seconds where All at Once kicked into high gear. They and made this amazing push, but it was not enough. The Stamper came there and did the Lord's work to stop everything from happening. What a one shot! He just rolled into the bubble and took it out. Said, "I'm not letting this happening." It's a nod, win, and won. And if Final Reckoning put that kind of performance up on Splat Zones as consistent lockout, Rainmaker is great because you can get that Rainmaker in the last 20 seconds and make an absolute push, but in Splat Zones, you want to have control throughout the match. And I'm actually worried for All at Once here.
We can be worried, but right now, All at Once changing their composition, at least to something a bit more classic. I expect more paint on the ground and a more solid attack on their side. Like, they know they have to take the Final Reckoning seriously now. So it's going to be a tough one again, but Final Reckoning, they've shown that they are up to the task.
They are up to the task, but I'm looking at the Final Reckoning having this Kraken Risu. Gotta get a lot of map control with that. And I mean, just doing gal things. There's a lot of forward pressure. Risu doing Lord's work here. That's gonna be lead for the Final Reckoning as they get the first real push.
And that was a very, very nice opening. As you said, that Kraken allowed Final Reckoning to take the platform and the mid. But right now, All at Once moving forward, totally putting a bubbler on the zone. And once you have a bubbler on the zone is pretty much yours. That's going to go yellow right now. And now the Final Reckoning are going to have to push forward. And they have 2 players just stuck in that corner.
Back in the day when I was on the sticks, I always tell this, I used to be a junior player, and oh man, bubble on zones is amazing. COD somehow getting out of there. Anj gonna put a lot of forward pressure with his crab tank. But
Lots
now All at Once,
yeah,
All at Once have this point and have this lead. And they got a lot of this forward momentum. It's up to the Kraken to disrupt that, and what is special to do it. Zenith! Wow!
Zenith just surviving, dodging and punishing that Kraken, but that's not enough. Final Reckoning at least able to apply the penalty and push All at Once a bit behind. Final Reckoning, like, they are much behind in terms of points, but they still have the fight in them. And
much in terms of points, but they've just been pushed back, all the way back to their plat here. Thanks to Risu and that crab going down. They now have to work for a lot of space here.
Yeah, a lot of space and not that much penalty considering the amount of pressure that All at Once has. The Final Reckoning are pretty much in need of going forward, of getting everything that they can. And that pick on the Junior is pretty important because that Junior can just deny you from painting. But right now the Final Reckoning needs to apply that penalty. This is their push.
Gotta deal with Melon, gotta deal with this bubble. I gotta deal with a lot of things, and Risu trying to make it work with the Kraken. At very least, it's a lot of scared people here. Oh, the classic wall shenanigans. Gets out of there safely and applies that penalty back to All at Once. 53 points of penalty.
Yeah, and then it just punishing Risu right there, showing who's the better gal here. And that's All at Once in control of the zone again, and looking to just chip at that penalty again. But Final Reckoning, they've kept themselves alive and they've shown that they can create the surprise. They just need to do it again.
And here we go, that Tri-Slosh getting some picks, gets 2 at All at Once. Risu gets a 3rd here. That's gonna be Zenith down. Now all of a sudden, All at Once are now back on their plat. This is so flip-floppy. This is what we come for. This is why Splat Zones is such a fun map to watch. Mode to watch, and Risu with one. Zenith dodging yet another Kraken. Oh, he's in the Matrix, dodging bullets here.
She doesn't care about the Kraken. But right now, Final Reckoning are just 20 points away from the lead. But all at once, Bubbler onto the zone. And they're going to apply penalty again and get back in control and get the wipeout with that.
Absolutely massive. 30 points left until they can bring this down to 7. And that is very scary. That's one push here. One team fight to seal this deal. Will the Final Reckoning be able to break in? That Whale is going to try to make that not happen. But if there's one special to get back into a match, it's the Kraken. And it's not enough here. All at once. Keep control of zone. Paint over that Kraken. And that is going to be all at once taking map 2. And we are on game 3.
Yeah, and oh, I noticed that Melon person is using an alias. Maybe that's someone else. I'm not sure. But yeah, we are getting a game 3, Antonin. A game 3 is pretty good, and right now, as you wished, we are going to the classic tower control map. It's going to be
Classico. We are on tower control, Inkblot Art Academy. I mean, what a map. No matter how many times, you know, sometimes I take breaks, you know, I've been playing Final Fantasy 14 a lot recently, and Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. I'm a fighting game player as well. And no matter what, I came back, and yet here we are. We're still on Inkblot Art Academy. Some things never change, and honestly, I think that's just amazing. Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! He should be dead! Like,
yeah.
Zenith, Kraken in their face. Just goes, nah, I'd win. It dodges every single Kraken charge. MVP right there. That's the play of the game. Wrap it up.
Yeah, that is a pretty good move by this All at Once team, and yeah, they get themselves a game 3. We expected them to be able to push the Final Reckoning until their last efforts, but like a game 3, you predicted it. I did not believe. I have to admit, I did not believe. And right now, TFR are going to have to play. It's one game that's going to decide it between these two teams. Can TFR perform a miracle here?
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? I'm not going to get that.
There's a game going on.
There is a game, and it's already off to a lot of action. Risu goes down in the middle with a team jump on the right side. That's going to be all at once, taking control of that tower. And when a pick comes back here, Bubble on tower, that makes it incredibly weak. That's going to get shredded almost immediately, but it's enough to get to first checkpoint. Final Reckoning coming back into this match here. Risu gets one. I would not have got one in that situation. Absolutely spectacular picks, but they're pushed back here.
Ooh, and that's a delayed wipe by All at Once. They're going to be able to take that platform. That means that checkpoint 1, Antonin, is just a formality for them now. You get that Yoshel just throwing the tactical ahead, doesn't need it, is going to give it to his team. And right now, All at Once is All at Once pushing forward and just beating up that crab tank.
They really are. All at Once in full control here. They've already passed that second checkpoint, I believe. And now they're on the third checkpoint, one of the hardest to get. And they look like they're just going to coast past it. Zenith! That's 3! That's quite possibly the game there.
And that's the tower almost at checkpoint 3. Yoshel, perfect control of that charger, going off the tower just to get their breath back, but at least the Final Reckoning is going to save that third checkpoint and push All at Once away. But All at Once is still in there, still pushing, still maintaining that aggro.
This is a hard thing about Inkblot Art Academy, is once the attackers get control of this plant, it's really hard to rid them. They're like a infestation up on there, but Final Reckoning finally clear out the rats that were on their front porch. And now they can start working on mid here.
And we are on mid right there, and it looks like Final Reckoning is going to be able to at least get to that first checkpoint. Bazooka is delaying things, but not enough. The shot is going to deny it. Final Reckoning needs to defend now because, I mean, that first push is defeated, but we are only halfway through the game, and Final Reckoning is still pushing, Antonin.
Final Reckoning are going to get that first checkpoint. This is massive. But the second and third checkpoints are the hardest to get. You have to take control of this plat. And Anch with a great pick onto Zdeath. That's a lot of map control gain. And gets another one before getting tri-striked. They didn't expect him to stick around for that last pick. That is pivotal. These splats are coming out on these top control. And they're able to get checkpoint too.
They're able to get I mean, right now, there's just 2 minutes left, but they're in the same checkpoint as all at once. If they get another good push, a push as this one without the checkpoints, now that they're done, they could get the lead back, but they have a minute and a half to do it, and right now, all at once, they're looking to get a good push themselves.
They're looking to get a good push themselves, but the Final Reckoning making sure all at once can't get control of their plat here. They're pushing them far back. The trades are coming out 2 down for the Final Reckoning. But Anch here is going to get splat. Crab Tank a bit too forward there. Tried to make something happen, and that's going to give all at once control of the tower again.
That's all at once back on the attack, but Zuka is not going to connect, but is forcing off of all of the Final Reckoning to just stay back, to just stay defending. But all of the Final Reckoning are not scared. They are moving forward. They want that tower. They want that W. And they're gonna fight to the very end. But right now, 3 down all at once. Back on the attack.
I want to spotlight the bubble use coming out from all at once near the start of that fight there. Absolutely wrestled all the control that the Final Reckoning wanted to make by pushing forward. So really nice bubble usage coming out from all at once here. And another bubble Aj getting Zuka'd as a great crab shutdown. And now we are 20 seconds left. It's going to be all about this team fight. And Zdeath able to get one, not able to get another, but a great pick there at least. Asan going to drop down cooler in a panic. Gets the trade here. 5 seconds left.
And the tri-strike on the tower is going to deny just a bit longer. All at once, 2-1 is going to eliminate the Final Reckoning, but the Final Reckoning put up such a great fight and can be very proud of themselves.
A Final Reckoning put up an absolute spectacular fight. Brought us to a game 3. We got to see Inkblot art. And to that, I give them props. Going against the #1 seed and bringing them, even taking that game against them is a great achievement here. The Final Reckoning doing absolutely spectacular. And it just in the end, all at once came into their own and showed why they are the #1 seeded team here. They will be going on in the tournament. We're going to play against S-Crotch next here. And, I mean, we're going to see that. We're going to see one of these matches later after a break.
Yep, don't go anywhere.
welcome back. We have YWYY versus Smoking Moais. And we have our counter pick system coming out. The first map will be Clamblitz Macamart, and we'll see what the teams go on after this.
Yeah.
Pat, what are your thoughts about Clamblitz Macamart?
I played it yesterday. It was on open, and I was with friends, and we had a ton of fun. The reason we had so much fun is because the game was so volatile, and we didn't care. But like, there is always action in this map mode, and it's so deadly because if you make one bad mistake, the opponent is going to score, just going to KO you because. Like, if you get wiped, the opponent is already under your basket wherever you get wiped. So it is so hard. You really need to keep your team on the map.
You really do need to keep your team on the map, and we'll see which team is the better one to do that here. YWYY, the favorites in this match, but we've seen before that the underdogs do have chances here. So I can expect. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Game 3.
I mean, given that it's counter pick, the team that loses gets to choose the next map mode. That makes game 3 a bit easier. You know that you can go on the one map mode where you're comfortable. Especially since I'm pretty sure Smoking Moais are an established team where YWYY. I mean, they play together often, but like they don't practice as a team the same way. So having like that one map mode that you have practiced as a team and you know the other team, I mean, they know it. We're at top 8 of paddling pool, so of course they know it, but like they don't have that extra plan, that extra oomph, that extra edge on it. It can go a long way.
I heard from certain chat here that Smoking Moais just won Low Ink pretty recently.
Oh yeah!
Congrats to them. Give them some claps.
Yeah, congrats, Smoking Moais. Yeah,
and they can be getting better, fast, rapid improvement. We'll see if that rapid improvement helps them against a really stacked opponent right now.
Yeah, it is time to. It's the test, you know. You get away from low ink. You're like, hey, I'm no longer low level. And now you go to open tournaments and have to fight these monsters, and that's how you grow as a team.
It's the challenge, you know. It's like I'm gonna fighting him. It's like going to one of your tournaments and being that low seed and having to place against these top seeds. Going against the favorites to win, going against these top players. That's what Smoking Moais is going to have to do, and that's how you get better. You get those better seed placements. You start, placing against these better teams. You start doing better. It's how you grow as a team, and we're gonna see some pretty standard comps coming out inside of blue here. But I mean, I see a range blaster. I've been hearing talk about blaster on my Twitter. What are your thoughts about blaster right now?
I think, especially on a map like Mako, where you have lots of angles, lots of ledges, having a blaster is always good, but it's not as fast as it could be, and you can get punished pretty easily. But if you manage to get the good position, if you manage to get the good angle, you can be absolutely devastating to the other team. So it's all about occupying that space once the rest of your team has managed to get it. And right now, it looks like both teams are fighting pretty well for mid, and neither is really getting the advantage so far.
But as you say that, Smoking Moais goes 3 down. A little bit of a caster curse coming out there. YWYY, Smoking Moais is able to get a couple trades in return, but this should be a pretty clean push to the basket with Cooler out. But as I say that, Smoking Moais are back in the match. It's all about this pick right here. Yeti gets splatted. That's going to be Smoking Moais getting the second there. They're able to push this back, and this is back and forth.
Yeah, this map is so small, but if you have one player that manages to survive a bit longer, to not get splatted right away, you can get back. And right now, the Smoking Moais are on the attack, pushing that crab. away, but they don't have the clams at the ready. That Zap is going to make a ball and open the basket, but they don't have that much to follow through, and the Wise are going to be able to push them away. A push to 71 is a good start, but it is just a start, and the Wise, now they have 2 super clams with the pity and their main super clam.
Boom, boom. Welcome back to your daily Ansonin segment about Clam Blitz, where I say the words I always say. It's about quality of your push, not quantity of your pushes. But as I say that, you're going crazy.
Yeah, I think we have to say clam economy at some point in the game. We have to, it's a lot.
When you make these small pushes, and Smoking Moais just made, they're able to get just that power clam, and they're going to get nothing off of that. What you do is you actually give a free 20 points, possibly over to your opponent, by giving them that pity clam. And Milky Ray going absolutely crazy, able to get 2 with the splash here. It's been a long time since splash meta, but you can still make that main weapon work. Still an absolutely fantastic main weapon.
For sure, but right now the Wides, they lost players pushing. Every time we see them on the verge of opening that basket, of having a huge push and making so many points, but every time the Smoking Boys keep them at bay, and YY, they're gonna have to push forward Uni under the basket now. That should be it, with a wipeout, with the clams. That is the push the Wise have been making us wait for.
I don't see another pity clam available for them. I think the other clams did expire, but they're gonna have the normal clams of Milky Way. How do you get that falling down? Here comes the clam. The crab. I'm sorry, there's a lot of things that start with C.
Yeah, and that crab tank is going to delay the re-entry of Smoking Moai, allow YWYY to get more, and they just need 1 more clams, and that's a KO.
That's what you said at the start before this match started. Clam Blitz, Mako Mart, it's about not making those fatal errors. Not giving your opponents advantages. And Smoking Moai slipped up, and YWYY punished that. And they get that knockout. It's you slip up, you slip on that banana, you run into that wall, and now all of a sudden, your opponents can knock you out. And that's exactly what YWYY did, as expected of the team in this second rank here, the second seed. They are showing what they know, how to capitalize off every inch Smoking Moais gave them. So, I mean, credit to Smoking Moais. They did absolutely fantastic keeping up with YWYY. So they just gave a little bit too much over. I mean, right here, they have a great control of the map here. They push up that clam down, and, you know, they do what they needed to do, but YWYY went that extra mile, get those picks at the end, and then with a wipeout, that was that fatal error, that was that slip on the banana, put the nail in the coffin, and YWYY able to get the knockout off of that.
Yeah, 1 wipeout is all it takes, and against a team like YWYY, like, they don't want a small push that's going to get you 20 points. They knew that they had in them to get that monster push, that 100 points push, and they were still in control of the surrounding of the basket when they got the KO. Like, they could have scored more clams. That's the amount of control that they had after that. But Smoking Wise, they managed to keep themselves on the map for 4 minutes and a half. They were really in control. They had that lead, and they were keeping the fight active for so long. Now, if they choose the map mode, after the performance that they had on game 1, they could still make some surprises.
It can make some surprises, and it's up to this counter pick here. What are they going to go to? What are Smoking Moais going to be so familiar with that they're going to be able to take this? And it's going to be tower control.
Ship-shaped cargo.
It's been a while. Thank you, ship-shaped cargo. The newer maps, I didn't get a chance to play on them. Fortunately, again, I've been playing too much Final Fantasy recently. Look, I lost the cable to my capture card, and now I don't use my Switch. You'd be surprised. stores in the US don't sell USB to USB. Like, what?
Why?
Why? Well, at least maybe the Office Depot I went to here did not.
Okay.
Maybe Best. Maybe, maybe at some other stores, but I'll just buy it online. Unfortunate. But yeah, we're gonna go ship shape here. Now that the dust has settled, I've seen a lot of talk over the two new maps, ship shape, or the two older, newer maps, right? Now that we have Robot Ramen. And people have been saying these maps weren't as good as they hyped up. Any thoughts about that, Pat?
I think they're solid. It depends on the mode. And on tower control, ship shape is like a fairly good map. Not like some weapons are better than others for sure. Like having range, having some control is certainly a big advantage, but like you have really a decent map with lots of variety on it, and mostly if you are able to get the first checkpoint, you are able to get a lot of points, and then it's very, very tough to push the opponent back. So we will see the team that's able to get the first checkpoint will have a huge option on this game.
And we're seeing that range, as you said before, range is very important on this map. In the forms of YWYY, it's going to be their cooler option in the form of the Snipe Rider. And we're seeing the ballpoint. You know, I think there was once a time where we all considered ballpoint to be the best weapon in the game. And it still is a very, very good weapon here. YWYY, though, putting a lot of pressure on Gecko right now. As 3 go down for the Smoking Moais. And that is a delayed wipe already in the first, 20 seconds of the game.
Yeah, and that's YW going forward and getting to that first checkpoint. That first checkpoint, though, Anson, and if you don't know, it's like the longest checkpoint in the game. I think it's 15 seconds. It takes so much to break that checkpoint, and that's why like breaking that checkpoint is so important. Right now, 3 versus 1 by YW. They are back to that checkpoint that is so long to break, and it looks like they're going to get it so early in the game.
I'm going to get that first checkpoint. In my opinion, this second checkpoint is also very pivotal because you get that high ground right here that Gecko's on. That's a really good defensive position, and Gecko showing how it is done there. You know, two for Gecko.
Gecko with
a fourth.
Gecko just stopping everything from YWYY. Gecko is not moving from there. Well, Gecko is repositioning now, but YWYY back on the attack. And 4 versus Stu. They're now like targeting a bad ballpoint. How? But it's a jetpack. Jetpack is punished by the pencil though. So YWYY back on the attack. Ooh.
Great jump placement from Milky right here. And even though what Gecko tried to do absolutely everything to keep this game in the hands of Smoking Moais, but it wasn't enough. And 25 points are remaining. There's a chance for Smoking Moais. Can we get some cheers for Smoking Moais? Give them some energy right now. They could absolutely need it.
It's going to be a tough one right now. Javier getting on to the tower, but gets punished. And that's game 2 going to YWYY.
YWYY absolutely in the driver's seat. No matter what happened in that game, they are able to keep things forward. And that is going to be YWYY taking the win with a clean 2-0. Will not be seeing that third counter pick. Absolutely great job from YWYY. Good job from Smoking Moais. Put up a good fight, but YWYY showing why they're the favorites in this match. So
the Moais, like they have the plays, they have the fight in them. It's just that coordination, these big pushes, big well-sustained pushes that YWYY were able to pull. And Smoking Moais, I mean, I'm sure we'll see them come back stronger than ever the next time.
Hope to see them for the next paddling pool. Put up an absolutely great, first round, taking an upset in the first round against 7R, and doing great against YWYY. But that will be all for round 3 from us. We'll be seeing y'all in the semifinals right after this break.
And we are back, and we are now in semi-finals, best 4 teams in this tournament, and we've already seen both of these teams today. It's All At Once, the seed number 1 that likes to play Zipcasters and pays the prize, versus Aloha Fan Club, the fan club of the Charger One Trick, and yeah, we'll see both of these teams decide who is going to advance to the final. And remember, it's single elimination. That means the team that loses goes home, Antonin. But at least it's a best of 5, so you have some room to get back.
I have some room to get back, and I see that map 1. Blood Zones! Mahi, baby!
Yeah.
Absolutely, my favorite map in the game has been since Splatoon 3's original creation, because my opinions are always something weird.
Okay, I mean, it was...
Okay, let's be honest.
It
was a good map at the start. It wasn't the best.
Yeah.
But boy, did I have fun on that map. Anyways, Blood Zones, Mahi. I'm going to see what these teams bring. I want to see a bubble, because I think bubble's great, especially on the spot zones here. But we see a Dread Ringer. I don't know if this is weird or not.
That Dread Ringer is like, it's getting more and more attention, because like the Rift Slider can be used to cheese the zones, which can be useful. And like that weapon is good at fighting and good at painting, basically. The kit is not good, but the weapon is really, really good. And Brian, that we just saw coming on the team with the jetpack, is going to push all of Aloha Fan Club away, giving lots of room to All At Once.
All At Once, absolutely making a masterful push right now. Only going pretty much 2 down here. Got control of zone here. Yosho painting the zone. They're going to be pushing up here. Edit fan. Reslider. Wait, does that...
It was blocked by the Tacticooler, but at least that was a trade on the side of that Slosher, and right now All At Once are keeping the zone. No penalty applied to them, and 30 points left, Ansonen.
A great job keeping this up, but I didn't know that interaction worked like that. That is absolutely amazing. Oh, Zipcaster coming in here.
A DC! There's a DC! There was DC just before that push, and now All At Once, now they have to get a comeback, pretty much.
They're gonna have to get a comeback 3v4, but if there's a team that can do it, it's All At Once here.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one, especially if it's... Oh, that is going to be so tough. With just a Junior and the Dreadwinger as your frontliners. Like Brian with the jetpack, yeah, no, that jetpack is too late. And Aloha Fan Club. I mean, I think All At Once had the right to get a reset, but now it's too late, Ansnen. It's just too late.
All At Once has been just trickling in. They haven't been pushing as a team this much ever since the disconnect. It also seems like they want to just go for a hero play here, and it did not work out. All At Once could be losing that first map in an unfortunate way here. Great job to Aloha Fan Club for making the most, punishing the fact that their opponent DC'd and keeping up the pressure, making sure that they didn't give anything to All At Once there, locking them out. But that is unfortunate for All At Once. But now they're going to go counterpick with their 4th player. So...
yeah, at least they get their player back in the lobby, and they have some depth in their roster, so they'll be able to get back, make sure that this DC is not going to happen again. And again, we've seen All At Once lose their first game of the set. They're usually unfazed, but like, look at that. Aloha Fan Club really struggling to get anywhere near that zone. All At Once pushing them so far away at the start of that game, and it's only after that DC that... yeah,
the block!
Boom! The block! And still getting the double in that trade.
Great work from the Dreadringer there. I did like seeing it, but unfortunately, after the disconnect, right here, it seemed like all at once stopped pushing together as a team and kept trying to make these individual hero plays, and it didn't work.
Yep. And that gave the win to Aloha Fan Club, but all at once now they get to choose the map mode. So, and hopefully they get all 4 of their players that to stay in the lobby. If they do that, and they repeat what they did on Mahi, they're in a very good spot.
If they all at once can keep up that pressure, yeah, they're gonna be in a good spot. This one match shouldn't phase them much here. So we're gonna be waiting. Of course, you gotta wait for the 4th player to get in here for all at once. What happens when there's a disconnection? We already have a choice. We're gonna be going back to splat zones, but of course we can't go back to Mahi Mahi as much as I wish.
Yes,
Much as I wish. We'll be going to Hagglefish Market splat zones.
Yeah, Hagglefish Market. It's like we are going through the classics of zones in these games right now. It's just these teams, these players, top level players, they want to play on zones. They want to play on these exact maps that they've practiced so much, that they've screamed each other a lot and made sure that they have every possible strategy known. And get things decided just by what you play these days, how and really on this kind of map, it's really get the zone, get the lockout on the opponent, and really a tiny adjustment of strategy can change everything.
Yes, a small change can knock the dominoes on this map. So I'm excited to see what these teams bring. What are we going to get on the side of all at once? Are they going to try something, or are they going to go with standard? And it looks like a pretty standard comp coming out from both teams here. We're going to see the crab version of the Stamper coming out from Edit.
Yep.
And we're going to see standard cooler options from both teams.
Yeah, both teams having the standard cooler. Brian going with the pencil this time. Meanwhile, Aloha Fan Club bringing the zap, I believe it's... Yeah, and meanwhile, the Zukas are already thrown above the tower, but the bubble on tower by Titali is not going to do anything. Aloha Fan Club staying in control and with a crab tank. For both teams, it's a crab tank duel right now. We're gonna see what happens, but it looks like all at once he's getting some ground.
I like seeing Crab come a little bit back into the fold here. We're seeing both teams are bringing the Stamper Crab. But all at once have finally gotten zone here. Now they're going to try to keep out Aloha Fan Club. But so far it's not working. As I say that, 2 go down on all at once. They still have control of zone as they'll take lead.
Yeah, I'm not all at once they had numbers disadvantage. And they were pummeled by special, but they kept the zone, but they kept the control. And right now, it's just a fight for scrap around the zone. That's one bad big bubbler, again by Titali. But Aloha Fan Club answering right away with Trash Strike applies penalty.
Trash Strike going to be doing the painting, getting the zone flipped, but 1 more down. 2 down on the side of Aloha Fan Club, all for the trade of 1 splatter shot. That's going to be all at once in a comfortable position right now.
Yeah, all at once really looking to establish that control. The big bubbler comes a bit late. Italy is going to get splatted inside of it. And that's going to allow Aloha Fan Club to get back in apply penalty again. But they need more than penalty. They need control.
They're getting some consistent splats here, but this zone is going to be a very flip-floppy as we see Crab come out here. It should provide a lot of pressure, and it's a 3v4 right now for Aloha Fan Club. Only able to get the Stamper on the other side now. Crab's going to come out from Silver. It's going to get shut down here. Silver not going to get anything out of that. And yet another pick for all at once here. Is they're going to be able to take zone and push up.
And all at once right now, not much penalty left. If they manage to deny these strikes and not get penalty, they're going to extend their lead, and that's what they do. We're halfway through the game, and Aloha Fan Club has yet to get any ground going for themselves. Silver fighting, but getting punished.
Getting punished indeed. Now we're all 20 seconds left. There should be one fight for Aloha Fan Club.
One
Up
fight
to them to
indeed.
make this push right now.
They need this push. They need to apply penalty right now. Bubble is on the zone. It's going to be a tough one. And right now, just one more second, and all at once ties the set.
Ties the set indeed. Great job from them. They got split the zone and they kept control of it. Despite going down at times, despite losing it to Tri-Strikes, they made sure they kept complete control of that zone pretty much almost at all times. Great work from them, and they totally got redemption for that previous map. Now Aloha Fan Club, they're going to be able to pick what map they want, what mode they want. I swear, sometimes, you know, the words just come out weird.
Let's see what map they're modding.
What map will they mode? Indeed.
First, let's watch all at once. Getting that first hang onto the zone. Here, the bubble allows them to just stay in control a bit longer. And that's really Aloha Fan Club really struggling to push onto the zone to get ground beyond painting the zone. We never really saw them manage to establish themselves further than the zone, where all at once they were not hesitating to go forward. Even when it was dangerous, they were trying constantly to get ahead of the zone and to get more control.
Yes, to get more control. And when we reach the end here, Aloha Fan Club, really good Tri-Strike there. They tried to wrestle zone, but all at once with a perfect response with the bubble to keep zone control and immediately a crab afterwards. So hard to paint that zone when you're staring down a bubble and a crab. Great special usage coming out from all at once. And now we're going to see here, Aloha Fan Club, they're going to want to come back in this. They don't want to be comfortable with that one map they got. Because when you're going up against all at once, they could easily take this and run this, 3-1. Want to at least get that final map. So let's see what map they mode here. Never going to stop saying that now.
Oh yeah, it's a thing, man. We have to say it.
Yeah, what map will they mode? They got a lot of choices here. I don't think they're going to go splat zones. And indeed, they don't. They go to the polar opposite mode, in my opinion. They're going to be going to Rainmaker Museum.
It's an interesting one. And I feel like with the Splat Charger, that's a good kind of pick. Because, like, it's less about controlling mid, and you can just get that pop and get forward if you get the good spinner jump. And that I feel like that's what Aloha Fan Club is going to try to do with... Okay, wait. It looks like we're going to mode a different map.
We're going to mode a different map, indeed. Sometimes the maps just... When they try to mode, it just ends up moding wrong. And moded wrong indeed. Man, I'm going to say the word mode so many times today.
Okay, so we are just learning that this map mode was not in the map pool. So that's a lucky mode.
I was about to say, we normally see splat zones or like crab. Or not crab, clam. Again, too many words as we see it when we go to museum. I was like, if we see tower control or rainmaker, that's weird. I in my head, I started thinking about map lists. I was like, wait, what's the map list? And indeed, that my doubts were indeed correct. That map is not in the map list. Sadly, I would have liked to see the Rainmaker Museum. That would have been interesting. Instead, we can see Rainmaker Scourge. This is a much more standard Rainmaker map, and I'm excited to see what Aloha Fan Club does to switch it up.
Yeah, and Anson, this is the map mode where we saw All at Once lose to the Final Reckoning.
You are indeed correct.
I mean, I don't expect All at Once to bring the same comp they did, because double Zcaster is
very risky,
serious. It's not serious. Come on, guys. But, like, this is, like, the one wand, the where All at Once bled. So we will see if Aloha Fan Club is able to just profit from that.
Indeed, that is the only map All at Once has a loss today. Is indeed Scorch Gorge Rainmaker. Of course, they did bring that double zip caster, not the most serious of teams. I wouldn't go so far as to call it the most joking of teams either. Has some merit, but All at Once probably going to be bringing a serious or maybe just a little bit of spice to this match. Aloha, I think we could expect to see a standard team comp here for Rainmaker. I don't think we're going to see anything out of the ordinary, especially when you want to try to get the momentum in your favor. Go with what you know works.
What we're going to see is some vacuuming action. Aloha Fan Club is going to bring the vacuum.
I dare say,
charger.
vacuum is not even spicy on Rainmaker.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, it's not chosen a lot, but it is such a great special for Rainmaker. Squeezer. Okay.
Yes,
best weapon in the game coming out right here from the side of All at Once. They don't want to lose.
I mean, you want to bring everything that you have, and right now it's back on. Not much change from either team. The Squeezers coming on one side and the Nibla Charger on the other. But other than that, we are sticking to a plan. It's all about adapting it to the Rainmaker. And right now, Aloha Fan Club getting in, getting the fight, but losing the fight, and All at Once are getting that control over the map, and they're going to get that first push.
Whoa, okay. Nicki Minaj with the great. I didn't know Nicki Minaj played Splatoon. Hey, hold up. A great Zuka shot there. I wanted to say what All at Once did at the start of this round is they made one of the members made a straight beeline towards the splatter scope to immediately take it out of the match. Aloha gonna pop that first checkpoint here. Massive checkpoint and massive control here. The Zuka coming out.
Yeah.
Silver trying to do all they can with the Zipcaster. Gets shut down. Amazing squeezer pick there coming out from Melon.
That's not
Here we go. Oh.
But yeah, and now it's time for the counter attack by All at Once, but they already have 2 players down. They need to wait. Brian with the Rainmaker needs to wait for the rest of the team is going to get picked, and Aloha Fan Club getting that defense on. And I mean, they have the lead, they have the checkpoint where All at Once doesn't have a single point yet.
Rainmaker here in a good position to reset, but they're actually going to manually grab it, it looks like. No, they're going to let it reset. No, okay. Back and forth flip-flopping, but they actually decided to manually grab the Rainmaker here. They're going to be playing with it in mid. It's 4v4 right now. Who can get the advantage? Great dodge on the Zuka right there. Coming out from Silver. But 2 go down to the side of Aloha Fan Club. 3 go down as Rainmaker goes down. That is a wipeout from All at Once, and that should be first checkpoint cleared without a blink of an eye.
And that is why you don't want your Fruittella Stamper to grab the Rainmaker. You want them in the fight, getting the picks, and right now All at Once are gonna get the lead, losing the Rainmaker right away though. I think it was the Zuka from Nicki Minaj stopping it in its strike right in the nick of time. So that's like the smallest lead you can have right now.
Right in the nick of time. I'm sorry. I should quit my day job, become a comedian. Anyways.
Sorry.
Aloha with a great back to support their team here, getting 2 on All at Once. But 2 come here from All at Once as well as it gets the picks to trade. All of a sudden, it's a 2v1 for mid right now as the Rainmaker is right there in the center.
Yeah, mid is going to go to Aloha, but they had to whip up that Rainmaker shield, and that means the rest of All at Once had the time to get back in. It's all the time it takes in Rainmaker. It's so fast. These teams grabbing the drink, and now back to the fight. All at Once is already around the Rainmaker looking to get it.
Looking to get it, but what can that Zuka do in response? It can do nothing. Bubble gonna wrestle a lot of control away from Aloha Fan Club, and that is enough to get 2 picks from All at Once.
Yep.
Great bubble uses. While the Zuka wasn't that powerful, the bubble wrestled so much map control. Aloha trying to wrestle that back with a good vac here, and 2 picks to get off that vac. That splatter shot in the worst of positions there. It's a great 3 picks from Aloha Fan Club. Almost looked like he was trying to take the bridge there.
Yeah, very
Right.
nice.
Going down to the...
Whoa! Oh! Despite all the picks by all at once, Aloha Fan Club managing to get the lead, but again, it's a small lead. It's just one push in. One good push could get you to 30 very, very fast on this map, but neither team has managed to get it, and we're in the last minute right now, and Nicki Minaj denying the push. Again, it's 2 down on all at once, and Aloha Fan Club, they just need to deny for 40 more seconds.
I want to take a moment to talk about these pushes here from Aloha Fan Club. Is that on this map, you really want to get towards that trench. That trench, that little ramp area, is the hardest part to get through in this map. So if you get past it, you're pretty much guaranteed the win. And one of the things that Aloha Fan Club has is they have that vac to secure that.
Yep. That vac is very good, especially with 2 down on the side of all at once. Wait, it's going to be a delay wipe right now with 10 seconds. Aloha Fan Club looking to get the 2-1 and the match point. But yeah, you're not getting to that trade.
A little bit risky. Could have had a sneaky grab there. Could have gotten that and like dodge rolled out there. Maybe tanked a little bit and gotten some points there. But it's not going to happen. Immediate shutdown before the Rainmaker could even be grabbed. And it's going to be Aloha Fan Club taking a legit 4v4 here. They showed they could do it. They don't need a disconnect to make it happen. And they take their pick at a great match. Great. It was a narrow lead. A narrow match. But it shows that all at once, this is definitely their weak map mode.
Yeah,
when this map modes, they tend to bleed. So, a great job from Aloha Fan Club for realizing the weakness of their enemy might not have been a strength exactly for them. It's more of I felt like they were picking into that off of all at once weakness.
Yeah, very, very good fighting by Aloha Fan Club. All at once now, they need to win the next 2 games. It's going to start with their counter pick, but first let's watch what happened in that game. It's all started with all at once really getting very, very good picks, and then Zuka by Nicki Minaj. And Nicki Minaj has been the threat from Aloha Fan Club that has crushed the dreams of all at once on this map.
Be afraid of the pop singer. Nicki Minaj is here to play some Splatoon.
Yep.
Might not be the actual Nicki Minaj. We could wish.
Yeah.
But
I feel like there are a few imposters in that lobby right now.
A couple imposters, a couple of sus people. There's this man named Melon. I think he's sus. Might be the imposter here.
Possible. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to game 4, and if all at once gets a good counter pick, something they're more comfortable on, we might see a game 5, Antonin.
I think we will be seeing a game 5. All at once are not here to go out to a 3v1. I think they're here to go out for a tight contest here. So I'm excited to see what they bring, and it's splat zones. I mean, we've seen them dominate on splat zones, only losing their first splat zone to force it to DC, and we're on. God help me, it's Barnacle and Dime.
Yes, it's Barnacle.
Get me away on my barf. Oh.
It's a great map mode. Like, we're going through the classic.
I'm kidding with you.
Stop complaining.
I love watching Barnacle and Dime, let's be honest. I just hate playing it because I lose all the time on it.
Oh, it's skittish.
It's simply a skill issue. I know it's a skill issue, but I will complain.
Well, complain all you want. All at once, bringing a crab tank that they didn't have until now with that splash. That's going to give them like much more control on such an open map. Totally getting punished right away, but doesn't seem to phase anybody for the rest of all at once. All at once is going to get the zone right there and push Aloha Fan Club away.
Mello getting an absolutely great pick with that splash here. And this is what Barnacle Dive is all about. Putting so much forward pressure on the enemy team. Stuffing them. Keeping them in their spawn. Making sure they have to spend all this time and resources. Especially when a lot of these weapons can shark. Put that doubt in their head. I mean, you're certainly not going up against a roller, but Any of these weapons are deadly in the right position, so make them take that time. Make them get that map control. That is exactly what Aloha Fan Club is doing. They're doing it really well right now. Grabbing that map control right now. Triple Ink Trice going down to wrestle control away from All at Once with a bubble. Bubble gets shut down. The Junior getting denied, and that's going to be zone.
Yeah, that capture of the zone by Aloha Fan Club is going to be pretty important. They gain a lot of time, a lot of breathing there. But that's just borrowed time right now. All at Once is back in the exact same control that they had earlier in the game.
And so we see All at Once are really good at stifling their opponents, keeping them stuffed in their spawn, and that is what they plan on doing here. I see where that position that splatter shot is in. Oh no. See, I talked about sharking before, and when you try to get this map control on this map, you gotta be careful. But here comes the triple ink trace. We know that Aloha Fan Club is really good at using those, but 2 down on the side of Aloha Fan Club.
And there was no penalty applied. This time Aloha Fan Club are going to need to just run at the zone if they want a shot at stopping it. But with a crab tank from All at Once, it's going to be 2-2, and we are going to a game 5.
A very, very convincing game 2 going up. You see there's not a lot of orange paint past the zone here for the side of Aloha Fan Club. That shows just how much... That shows just how good All at Once was at keeping Aloha Fan Club out of their areas. Keeping that forward pressure, they did that perfectly. We know they're really good at that no matter what map and spot zones. They seem to be very good at keeping that forward control. And we'll be going to a game 5 here. I'm excited.
Yep, that game 5 is going to decide it all. Will All at Once come back from... I mean, they lost the game, but they were in the lead. They had a huge lead, and then they got a DC. And that cost them the first game. And now,
we wouldn't be here.
Club, yeah, we wouldn't be here. Aloha Fan Club
well,
are looking...
Right, because counter picks.
Anything could happen. But
anything
right now, that means Aloha Fan Club gets to choose the map mode, to map the mode.
They get to choose what map they decide to mode this time.
Exactly, for the game 5, for the one where there's all the tension, and going on the map mode that you chose, the one you're the most comfy on, where you can be a bit less stressed, it's a bit good. And now we're gonna go on Clam Blitz on Museum.
They wanted to go to Museum.
Yep.
It's unfortunately not Rainmaker Museum. But it's going to be the better map mode for this map. It's going to be Clam Blitz Museum. I'm excited to see it. And very much like Rainmaker, Clam Blitz can be sometimes very one-touchy, almost. Like, I'm going to get that first team fight win, and then I'm going to keep you out. I'm going to keep you locked out of your plat. I'm going to keep chucking... I'm going to keep coming in. I'm going to keep chucking clams. And you're not going to be able to do anything about it. And it's all about making All at Once take the onus here of being like, hey, I'm going to get back in. I'm going to make sure you don't get clams. I'm going to keep the speed control. I'm going to put that tailwind up behind me, and I'm going to keep having speed.
Yeah, as you said, it's all about that map control. If you have mid, if you are under the opponent's platform, you can stay there. You can just stay there for so long, and it's so tough to get back in. But give it up, chat. Get some hype. This is game 5. No composition change on the side of All at Once or on the side of Aloha. Oh, wait, they're going back to the V Charger. That's it.
Going back to the V Charger, and this is great. A little bit of a special cheese could happen. I think you could protect your power clam pusher with this.
Yeah.
But we know Aloha is a great splatter shot player, so I mean, we're gonna, as expected, we're gonna see the splatter scope. There's ZNF here. Dario pushing up here. I mean, so far it's no team has found this advantage yet. Oh, there we go.
And here we are, like All at Once trying to get forward the vacuum is going to delay things, but right now it's just Dario on the side of Aloha, and all at once are in position into mid, and really making sure that Aloha cannot breathe, especially the crab tank. Oh,
What? Okay.
whoa!
Now we're officially the best crab tank user out there. Fake melon, that is.
Yeah.
Tiddly gonna pot this, and this is what I talk about. Welcome back to my other daily Flame Blitz segment, where I talk about quality over quantity. And so far, push to 62 isn't the worst here, but it's decent. You're gonna be and now we're at the 50. A great push. Dario gonna be getting these splats here to push all at once back, but this is great. This is a quality push. You're going to be giving, because when you make these pushes and clam blitz, you give your opponents spitty clams. And when that happens, you got to make sure that it's at least worth it, and worth it is all at once. Getting absolutely, I picked up push to 50, and at least that's halfway there,
Yeah, but these last few clams that brought them to 50 men, that they gave all of the middle of the map to Aloha Fan Club, and right now, all at once, it's their turn to be on the defensive. It's their turn to really try to stay where they are, and they have 2 players down already. Aloha Fan Club are going to be able to move forward, and they could very much get a push as good as All At Once did.
Aloha Fan Club having control of underneath flat here. Like you said before, you can kind of just stick around there.
Yep. They can just wait for the good opportunity. As long as they stay prudent, as long as they stay alive, things are going great right now. And look at that, they're already under the basket with a super clam ready to open. And now we'll see how effective Aloha Fan Club is going to be, Ansnen.
No clams in just yet, and we're still at 80. Oh no.
Oh, they had the other super clam, but that super clam got punished. Great defense by All At Once there.
All at once, keeping an absolutely pivotal map control to make sure that Aloha Fan Club couldn't get that second power clam. Man, that would have been pivotal. But instead, we're here making Minaj with a good trade here. But trade's not what you want when the opponent is underneath your basket. That's gonna be basket popped, and
yeah, basket is popped. Chitterly is right there too with a few more clams. Though gonna get punished. Edit Fan is going to add a few more clams, extending the lead right there. And okay, finally punished. All at once though, they could be able to at least contest mid this time, and not get like pushed back into defense as they were after the last push. So that push was as good as they got the last time, plus they lost less ground.
lost less ground. Aloha Fan Club here. Now they're really on this back foot. Not in just terms of score, but map control. Tiddly with a great bubble. That's even more map control. Silver gonna try to deny that with a Zipcaster. What can Silver do? Silver can't do much.
Ooh, and it's more attack, and it's just Dario right now. Dario is not going to be enough. Gets wiped, and All At Once is here to end it. It is 3-2. All At Once advances to the final. And Aloha Fan Club, they fought to the bitter end.
They fought
But
to the
like-
bitter end. Game 5. But All At Once in control there at the end there. And you know, we talk about that slipping off. And Aloha Fan Club is really good at sticking their feet in the boots and not slipping up. They had those cleats. They weren't gonna fall. They weren't gonna slip. They had a lot of control up until that end, but they eventually get wiped out at the very end. They finally slip, and All At Once puts those clams in and seals the deal. 3-2. They'll be going to the finals. Aloha Fan Club, maybe they'll get third place.
Yep.
With a great showing from them, and we'll be seeing Fruittella versus All At Once
Yep,
right after these replays, I believe.
indeed. I mean, I think both teams should be ready there, so we're going to have a very, very short break so we can arrange that. So do not go anywhere. It's going to be the best of the best game of the night right in a second.
Welcome back, ladies, gents, and non-binary folks. We've got a grand finals for you. The top seed All At Once versus the third seed Fruittella. We've seen All At Once dominate this tournament, but so has Fruittella, dropping less maps than All At Once has, surprisingly enough. So this is going to be a absolute gem of a match.
Yeah, a gem of a match indeed. All at once, like, they've dominated. They are seed number one and they've fought hard, but we've seen them stumble a bit. We've seen them bleed. Fruittella, on the other side of the bracket, they've struggled a bit too. They've had a fair share of losses, but they've made it here. So we have like 2 teams that had to struggle to get higher. But this is our top 2 of the night. This is our top 2 of the week, and only one of these teams will go home with a crown.
Only one of these teams can be the number 1, the very best here in Paddling Pool, and it will be decided once and for all at first map. It'll be decided all at once. Hey. Give me a round. I should get a Netflix special. Hey. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so we just saw all at once KO on this map, so we can expect them to be ready. But they lose the pencil. Yoshel is coming in with the tri-slasher to give the tactical, and Brian is switching to the ballpoint flat lane.
Heavy edit.
Yes, it
Anyways,
is indeed a heavy edit.
Indeed a heavy edit. A great weapon. I definitely don't have any bias whatsoever as a heavy edit player. But a great first picks. Even though 2 go down outside all at once, they're getting these trades and getting map control on the end of it. Yoshel able to finally get a pick that isn't traded, and okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Back and
and
forth.
Fruittella, they have double tacticular right now. Once that first tacticular is down, they are staying in tacticular mode pretty much for the rest of the game. And it's the heavy-headed. I don't think it's that good a weapon, to be honest. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna agree with you. I love downplaying my weapons. Let's go.
As a second tacticular for your team, it's a very, very good option for your second tacticular because it extends your range. Having like a mid-range tacticular option is pretty good. But all at once are already right there. Titally, that's not how you're supposed to play Junior, Titally. It's a support. Titally doesn't care.
What do you mean Junior's a support weapon? The best slayer in the game, you know? Better than Splash and Stamper. I don't know what you mean. I can't tell the sarcasm in my mouth. Yo, please don't think I was being serious, guys. I swear.
Totally agrees with you, and I mean, you can't argue with results right there. That guy is a demon.
A demon indeed. A demon that just popped a bubble here. That doesn't sound cooler in my head. But they're working up this plat. And they now have control of this spot. Yoshel with a great pick, but immediately gets traded. And the great thing about Fruittella is that whenever you go 1 down, they take it back. They punch right back.
Yep.
Oh, come on. Can't go down when I say your name.
Fruittella, they love these trades right now, but all at once are still pushing in, are still maintaining that pressure on the platform, and they are staggering the splats. They are getting things. The tacticulars are not enough against the onslaught. That is all at once. All at once getting another super clam in. That's a very, very good push on Yoshel. Just delaying things long enough that Brian can keep mid, maybe. Oh,
And
wait.
surprisingly, when they found the picks on that
Nice
heavy
shot.
edit and Splash, there was no tactical or up. Even with a tactical or double. Oh, narrowly getting out of way.
Yeah.
Whoa! Okay, gets one in that situation. You know what? Typical.
Not that bad.
Not that bad. Holy junior carry, yeah, of course. Dude, the best carry weapon in the game. Anyways, now that I definitely skyrocket juniors, Tiddly goes down there. Leave me the beacon solve there.
Beacons
And
are
now we
coming
reset
and,
to mid, yeah.
Yeah, we reset to mid. It's all on Fruittella to be able to put that pressure now. But they only have 2 active specials because they have double cooler. It's much tougher for them to have that pressure, but the crab tank is very good at that. Brian with the jetpack punishing that advance, but not managing to get any splat there. Fruittella is still under that plat. Oh, okay, and finally they are punished. It's
Back
just
when
crowning right now.
Just is indeed. Back when the tactical meta started, I remember a lot of people saying that tactical was great, but in the end, you really should have only brought one.
Yeah.
It was indeed a great utility, but it's kind of hard, unlike something like Trizuka or Crab back in the day, to run multiple. But I think Fruittella are making this work with this actual great push. That's going to be a clam in.
Yeah, and that's just one super clam in. They managed to put the other one in. They managed to get that lead, and right now it's just Brian stuck in the injet, at least managing to defend to get these splats. But all of Fruittella is still on the attack on the platform with another Tacticular. And Punch just being ready to attack. Getting that kick. Oh. But that's...
Punch, punch. Punch survives us.
Punch gets another trade. That is such a delay by Punch. And right there, All At Once are going to need another push, but they have 2 super clams in. They managed to put these 2 super clams in with the big bubbler. They could get in, but right now Fruittella is cleaning up. There is nobody to put these clams in, and those clams are going to die. Fruittella gets game number 1.
Fruittella with a very, it's close lead, but a great push at the end there, making that double tactical work, and I'm not going to doubt it no more. You know, back in my head, I was like, 2 utility. But they made it work. Great usage of the non-utility, all these aggressive specials to make up the fact that they only had 2 of those. And great job from Fruittella to getting that first map, and now, all at once, they're going to be on the back foot yet again.
Yeah, I mean, Anson, back when we were so young and naive, we thought the Tacticular, you didn't need to get 2 on your teams. We thought, oh yeah, that's not going to be enough. You want to have an extra special to push. And then we learned all the extent of what Tacticular could do, and it became more and more apparent that no, you want at least 1 Tacticular on your team, and 2 is probably the best. Like, especially on a mode like Clam Blitz, where coming back in is so important. When being able to super jump fast is so useful for your team. Tacticular is just too good, and having 2 of those is so useful.
Well, Fruittella here proving that correct. We're seeing these replays. I mean, Punch. Look at this. Survival 100 right here.
Yeah. And that survival, that wasting time and resources on the side of All At Once really allowed Fruittella to just set up their defense however they wanted and deny All At Once's push. And All At Once, no hesitation, Ansonen. They counterpick Zones Hagglefish.
They love their zones. Kind of wish it was Mahi. But Hagglefish Market Zones here, definitely one of their best maps here. They don't bleed on this map. They don't bleed on Splat Zones unless Nintendo says no, right? $20 a month just to lose 1 map, like, Splat Zones is going to be probably All At Once's best mode, and I'm excited to see how Fruittella responds to this. Fruittella should know this. If they've been following up with how this tournament has been going. I don't expect them to. But if they have, they're going to know that Splat Zones has been the king of the modes here for All At Once. So we're going to see how this works. The double cooler coming out again on Splat Zones. I think it's good here. And we're going to be seeing All At Once be going with that squeezer bubble pencil core here. Standard comps. I'm excited to see what happens in Fruittella grabbing his own first, I believe.
Yeah, Fruittella able to at least deny having that crab tank against that bubble is a pretty good move on their side. I love to see Yoshelon bringing the squeezer into the mix for All At Once, and All At Once is going to get pick after pick after pick and bring Fruittella back to their spawn. And that's going to be a lockout for All At Once. And now it's All At Once to really keep Fruittella away.
And this is exactly what All At Once is really good at doing. Keeping the enemies away. But Fruittella gets a wipe out.
And that wipeout for Fruittella is pretty good. Now it's their turn. They have full control of this map, and you can see them painting as much as they can. They want to get that tacticaler as fast before that. Oh, Zuka is able to get the zap, and that's going to allow Italy to deploy the bubble there. That's lead, but that's a punished too. Fruittella stays in control. Wow.
And Fruittella showing, looking like they're the favorites in this match. Oh no, I gambled all in all at once. Oh no. But all at once, they are good at these splat zones. All they need to do is get in here in the next 20 seconds. But Fruittella are putting that aggression. They're keeping them locked out. We're 12 seconds left in this match. And all at once need to charge ahead full speed. And Slurp gets pushed. The heavy headache goes down, but it's not soon enough. And Fruittella taking map 2, taking the splat zones. All at once, one of their best mapping. I thought this was going to be close. This is looking a lot less close.
We had such a close game 1, and there Fruittella showed just better coordination, better understanding on the map, and all at once are nowhere to be seen. They did nothing on this map mode, and right now they need a reverse sweep if they want to win. Fruittella is coming in so strong, and for all at once, it's the last counter pick of the tournament.
The last counter pick of the tournament, and you need to make it count. Because if you win this, and if you want to win, you're going to have to go to Fruitella's territory. There is no going around it. You're going to have to deal with 2 Fruittella picks in a row. That's hard, especially how dominant Fruittella just looked in the last map on your own counter pick. You got to be very worried. I've been a long time Valorant watcher, and we do maps picked beforehand, right? Yeah. And when teams pick a map, they're expected to win on that map, really much so. And when that map gets stolen out from them, that's a huge momentum switch. And in this match, in this game, where you're picking this after, that is a massive momentum switch to take your opponent's counter pick.
It is pretty massive indeed, but it's not over for All At Once. We've seen All At Once back to the wall. We've seen them struggle, and we know these players. They can always get back. They can always create the surprise, and it's all about finding their groove, finding what works against that pretty specific, unusual team that Fruittella is running. And Fruittella, they were much more prepared for the classic comp of All At Once, but All At Once was prepared for the double tactical.
They were prepared. They weren't prepared for the double tactical or all this pressure. You said it was good on Clan Blitz. I thought they might switch it up going to splat zones, but they didn't. Oh, good old reliable. Yep. Tower control, ink blot, and we're gonna see 3 different modes. The maps have been moding a lot today. Yeah. And 3 different modes here. What is Fruittella going to do here? Because All At Once, they're on the back foot. This is their counter pick. It's still on the onus on Fruittella to adapt and change and overcome whatever All At Once has planned here. What are we going to see? I expect to see the same. I'm going to be honest. I expect to see the same double cooler here being brought out by Fruittella, because they've been so good with it these past 2 maps. But if anything changes, Pat, what do you think would change?
I think like Fruittella was ringing the double crab tank in the last game, and we are not going to see double crab tank come back. I think we're going to see the vanilla stumper maybe, and maybe a dynamo, but that's a big maybe.
Okay. Let us see.
I'm just wrong.
We're going to be seeing the splash grab, the slosher, and we're going to be seeing that double cooler come back in. On the other side, we're going to be seeing no Trizuka on the side of All At Once.
No Trizuka on All At Once has a squeezer. They have one Trizuka, but that's the only Trizuka that we have. Yeah, Yoshel with that squeezer. preparing that Zuka is keeping Crowny at bay so far. Both teams know that you don't want to get on that tower before you have that control of the mid.
Yes. You don't hop on the tower.
And
Back
you
in the
have-
day,
Yep.
C and B rank, I remember people just thought the tower was it. But this isn't C and B rank. This is paddling pool. These
Yep.
teams are going to get their advantage, and Fruittella taking the first advantage. Here comes out the coolers. This is now the snowball has started. This is where the momentum can start rolling. Cooler 1 has come out on the side of Fruittella. They got to work up against All at Once's defense and punch. The crab tank looks like they want to bust the walls down here.
Walls down, and it's almost a second checkpoint for Fruittella. Fruittella is going to get it by being past that checkpoint so early in the game. He's so big for themselves, and All at Once right now are so struggling, and they're still getting staggered by Fruittella. Fruittella just advancing, not minding anything All at Once is throwing at them. They're just dancing on the platform, and Yoshel, you need to get that platform if they want to stop the onslaught, but the onslaught is not stopping. Fruittella, one checkpoint away from a KO and from being your paddling pool champions. They could get it. Italy is stopping it, and All at Once keeping themselves alive.
5 points remaining All at Once. They don't want to let go of this so quickly, but I want to talk about, when we saw that push from Fruittella. The back cap.
Punch being behind them, creating more chaos. And right now, All at Once is just struggling to keep control of their own platform. They had Fruittella away, but Fruittella doesn't care. And right now, they're getting splatted not one after the other. Not All at Once, but one after the other. And Fruittella getting to that KO. Your paddling pool champion.
Very quick, very decisive. First seed, don't matter. We're here to play, and they were here to play indeed. 3-0 coming out on the side of Fruittella, absolutely dominating here, and they are your paddling pool champions.
Yeah, congratulations to Fruittella. And what a game, what a set that Fruittella showed us. Really showed us that speed, that aggression, that constant fighting with the double cooler. And that's really disrupting everything that All at Once is doing. But gave them that victory. What a game, what a team, what a show by Fruittella.
What a game, what a showing from Fruittella indeed. And now that was an absolutely massive, great job from them. They were able to adapt very well and bring this double cooler against All at Once, which seemed like a perfect counter. All at Once, their whole plan was locking out, but the endless swarm of opponents coming at them because of that double cooler was too much, and they eventually got overwhelmed. Great job from Fruittella, being your paddling pool champions. And that will be all from us. Pat, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at PatOrtom. It's written on your screen. And if you remove the underscores, you can find me on Blue Sky. And that's pretty much it. And Anson, where can I find you?
You can find me on Twitter. It's right there on the screen at Anson4 without the O. Twitter doesn't like me. Blue Sky, I think you can find me at the same username without the O as well, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked that app in forever. You can find me over at YouTube and Twitch, where I'm streaming. I've started old school RuneScape. You can check me out also playing Final Fantasy 14 as well. Did you know? Anyways.
I know.
And occasionally I don't have my capture card quite yet, but soon enough, you will be able to capture me playing Splatoon, and when that Unite Draft patch drops, you know what we're doing. You can find me over at Twitch and YouTube over at Sir_Bacon Gaming. I stream there on YouTube and Twitch. You can find me at both places now. Thank you for Twitch for allowing that. Thank you.
Yep.
And that will be mad props to Brownie for doing this great production.
Oh, yeah.
And that will be all from us.
Yeah, and Brownie, where can people find you?
Yo, people can find me just only on Twitter right now, on X at Brafney. So, yeah, that's everything for me. Thank you very much for this great stream.
Yeah, thank you for watching. Bye.
Bye.